Hello, everybody. My name is Tom Burns, or you should know that by now. But hope you're all doing okay. Um, this stream is a surprise to me as it is to you lot. I wasn't expected to do a stream today, but thought why not? Not got work tomorrow. Don't need to be going to bed especially early. It's Monday Night Raw. Quite an interesting Monday Night Raw as well. There's a few different segments that I'm quite looking forward to, as well as a random appearance from Bret the Hitman Hart. I mean, I know that they're in his hometown, but it just seems very random. He's not been on WWE for a long time. Last time we saw him on TV, I believe, was in AEW. So it just seems very random that they just brought him back. Rumors circulating that he's going to be in some sort of segment with Drew McIntyre, but I don't know what that would entail. But we'll touch on that in a minute. We'll talk about Bret Hart in a minute. That was going to be the main focus of our talk before Monday Night Raw. But a few things to touch on first. But before we touch on these subjects, I will, as always, introduce you to my co-host and head mod of my channel or channels. Um, he is, of course, Professor Wigglytuff. Introduce yourself.
Good evening, everybody, and wiggly wiggly to you, Tom, and to everybody out there. Thanks for having me. Lots to talk about tonight, of course. As you mentioned, yes. Excuse me, a bit of a cough. As you mentioned, yes, Bret Hart, Bret the Hitman Hart, returns to WWE tonight after what seems to be a very, very long time ago, and a lot's happened in that period. If I'm not mistaken, it was before 2019, or it was indeed 2019 that we last saw Bret the Hitman Hart. And the last time we saw him on TV in any way, shape, or form was, as you correctly pointed out, when he appeared at the first AEW pay per view. Was it, I believe, Double or Nothing, where he unveiled the AEW World Heavyweight title, which I'm sure didn't make a lot of people over in WWE happy. But nevertheless, um, you know, his appearance tonight shows that it's not he's not tied down in allegiance to AEW or otherwise. So it should be a nice welcome home for the Hitman. Obviously, where we will discuss, I'm sure, his legacy in more detail. We are, I'm sure, you, Tom, and those watching and listening are aware that Bret had a bit of a storied history with certain figures in the WWE, some who are no longer there and some who are still there. But nevertheless, I wouldn't say hell has frozen over, but something has happened behind the scenes, and here he is, a true legend of not only the WWE but of wrestling itself. Makes a welcome return, and it'll
Hello,
be great to
GST
see.
Killer. Sorry, somebody just commented. Hello, welcome to the
No,
stream.
it'll be great to see a true legend of WWE and a true legend of wrestling, return or come home, as it were. So, yeah, that's all from me for now. Let's back to you, Tom. And yes, I just noticed your Oasis shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I got myself one as well. I found my other one. I'll be adding more Oasis shirts. I also got an Oasis Parker. Well, it's a Man City Parker, but styled in the Oasis way. So Oasis mania is firmly taking grip of the
Mm.
world again.
Yeah, but by the way, JST Killer, thank you for saying nice Oasis shirt. I love this shirt. I don't know why it took me so many years to buy an Oasis shirt. I've been a massive fan of Oasis since I was young. And I don't know why it took me so long to buy a T-shirt. It seems like they've reunited, and like my co-host just said, Oasis Mania is running wild on you. No, I'm joking. Uh,
Please, let's not say running wild.
but yeah, um, So JST Killer says, "Are you ready for Raw tonight?" I am indeed. We're going to talk about a few things that are going to be coming up on Raw, mainly the appearance from Bret the Hitman Hart. He also says, "Now being a fan of Oasis, are you also a fan of Man City? Over my dead body, would I ever be a fan of Man City?" Now my co-host is a fan of Man City. You may wonder how do we cope being good friends? Well, we keep the football talk to a minimum. That's what we do.
He wishes.
Well, yeah, I wish he would, but you can't take things personally when you're friends. But no, I'm not a Man City fan. I'm a Manchester United fan. Like I said, my co-host is a Man City fan, um, a lifelong City fan. Oh, even worse. How dare you? I might even block you just for saying that. I'm joking. Um, Why? Who do you support then? Let's. So you're saying, oh, even worse, meaning that supporting Man United is worse than supporting City, meaning you don't support either of them teams. So let us know who you support. Oh, you're a City
Oh,
fan.
he's a City fan. Ah, good
Oh,
man. Good
wow. Okay,
man.
well that's it then. I'll see you later. Blocking you.
We should make it. We should make him a mod instantly.
How do I block? I'm joking. I'm joking. I wouldn't really do that. I'm not like that. But anyway, moving on from that because that's not even what we're talking about. But thank you for the compliment on the Oasis shirt. Um, yeah. Few things to sort of touch on first before we get to Bret the Hitman Hart. One thing that we've, me and my co-host agreed that we should touch on because we both just found out some rather sad news. And something else that I sort of want to just touch on. I won't get too much into it because I could talk about it for hours. It's mainly something I want to talk about. I mean, obviously, my co-host is more than welcome to get involved, but I don't know if he'll know too much about what I'm going to be talking about. Yeah, the first thing we'll touch on is, of course, it broke, I think, about an hour or 2 hours ago that James Earl Jones has passed away. Of course, the legendary voice actor of Mufasa and Darth Vader. Obviously Mufasa being in Lion King, Darth Vader being in Star Wars. Two film series that I very much love. It's it's very sad. It's very sad. He had such an iconic voice, and you know, it's a shame legends can't live forever. You know what I mean? It really is, and it's such sad news. Like JST Killer just said. Yep, very sad news. It is. It is extremely sad news. Um, he's just iconic. Not many people deserve to be called iconic, but he absolutely does. And it's just very sad that he's now left us. But he left us with his legacy, and he'll be remembered forever for the iconic characters that he portrayed, that he did voice acting for. Yeah, very sad. I'll pass it on to you now, if for you to add whatever you want to add.
No, thank you. And yes, I think first of all, our condolences to the family and friends of James Earl
He
Jones and to his
lived.
many
JST Killer
fans.
says he lived a good 93 years. I never even realised he was 93. Wow. Okay, so he's had a good
Yeah,
innings.
yeah, he had a good innings. He was 93 years old. But yes, as I said, condolences to his family and friends and many fans. As you rightly said, he is an icon. You know, many film and voice roles. Made appearances on The Simpsons. He was in a number of movies, including Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner. He was in the Conan the Barbarian series. He was in Coming to America and its sequel, a big film from the 80s, and then recently they did a sequel a few years ago. But of course, as you pointed out, he will perhaps be most remembered for lending his voice to Mufasa in The Lion King. and then arguably one of the greatest, if not most iconic movie film characters of all time. The voice of Darth Vader. He is quintessentially Star Wars. You cannot think of the Star Wars franchise, and not think of Darth Vader, and then not think of that iconic voice. And those iconic lines, that have been quoted and spoofed many, many, many times. A Good Life, 93 years old, recipient of an honorary Oscar. He is a legend, and just looking online, many tributes. Mark Hamill, who played, of course, Luke Skywalker, his on screen son, as it were, simply tweeted, RIP Dad. Um, you know, doesn't need it didn't need anything more than that. Just hit the spots. And of course, those of you who do watch the news, if you ever watch CNN, he delivered the famous line, "This is CNN," the voiceover. So, yeah, he lived a good life. 93, a great innings. But as you said, legends unfortunately cannot live forever. His legacy will live on through his many, many work, his vast portfolio of work. Just looking online on the various Twitters for Disney and Star Wars, don't seem to see anything there. I'm just looking on Facebook, the official Star Wars page. Just having a look to see if they've posted any tributes. No, they haven't. Not yet. Not yet. Which is a surprise, and Disney haven't posted any.
I expect they're gonna have something big in the works as it comes to a tribute. Although they could have said a few words and then brought out a bigger tribute at a later date. But I suppose maybe they just want to do it all in one. But I can't imagine them not giving him some form of big tribute. To be honest, he deserves a big tribute. But JST Killer is right. He did have a guest appearance in Big Bang Theory as well. Love that show, and he was great in it. He was hilarious. I absolutely loved him in it. And it just shows that he had many talents, that he wasn't just one dimensional in terms of acting and voice acting. He was a man of many talents, and he will be very much missed in the acting world. And just like my co-host said, condolences go to his fans, his family, friends, fans. It's a very sad day for the Star Wars community, for the Lion King community, and just for the acting community and the film community in general. Sad day. Anything more you want to add before we move on?
No, I think that should be it. I mean, there's actually a Lion King prequel coming out later this year.
There is. Yeah.
I don't think James Earl Jones featured in that in any way, shape, or form, which was unfortunate.
Thank you for the follow, JST Killer, by the way. Much appreciated.
But yes, very sad. A Disney legend, as it were, a Star Wars legend, a movie legend. Sadly, no longer with us. Rest in peace, James Earl Jones.
Yes, indeed. Now, before we move on to the main subject of the stream, or the main subject of the preview to Raw, before we get into the wrestling talk, and obviously that's what this stream is going to mainly be about, wrestling.
Hey.
Oh.
How you doing?
I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there. I heard my follow noise. Did someone follow? No one else is followed on Twitter. Did somebody follow on YouTube? Let me just refresh on YouTube. Nope, nobody on there either. Okay, that was random. If somebody did follow or subscribe, thank you. It didn't pop up for some reason. I just heard the noise, as you will have heard the noise as well. I don't know what happened there, but anyway. Um, yeah, before we get on to the main subject of the stream, which obviously is wrestling, I just wanted to touch on something else, and I'm not going to talk too much about this because I feel like over the last sort of 3-4 days, since it's not going to be Hulk Hogan, by the way. I've changed my mind. I don't want to talk about him. And well, you feel free after I've talked about this, because this is something that you probably won't get involved in, although you're more than welcome to. Feel free to say your piece on Hulk Hogan if you want to, but I feel like we talk enough about him on this stream. He doesn't deserve our time. But sorry, Jesus, where did that come from? Anyway, I feel like over the last 4 days I've talked about this enough. Since it was announced, and I feel like I've said what I need to say. I did record a video to upload to YouTube yesterday, and I decided against uploading it mainly because I was gonna actually do a stream about this, because I feel like I could just do a stream about this alone. But I'm not going to do a stream about this alone because I could just rant and rave for hours and hours and hours about this. I'm talking about the announcement of the new lead singer to Linkin Park. Now, I am a massive Linkin Park fan, have been since, I won't say day one, because I know there was a few years that Linkin Park were going before Chester Bennington joined the band. Now, obviously, Chester Bennington, as most people know in the who into music will know that he killed himself, unfortunately, in 2017, to the devastation of obviously his family, friends, and very much his fans, including myself. It took 7 years for Linkin Park to finally come back, and they have come back, and in very controversial fashion, if I must say. You know, Emily Armstrong is a new lead singer to Linkin Park, and for those that don't really know much about her, I don't really know much about her myself. I've only really sort of researched her and looked her up since this announcement, because I had no idea who she was and I wanted to learn more about her. And my God, she's such a controversial figure. It's not a good move, in my opinion. Bringing somebody else into that void that Chester left was always going to be controversial. But um to bring somebody in that is controversial anyway, when that was going to be a controversial decision anyway, is just, in my opinion, just outright stupid. And there was better people out there for that role. I don't want to get into it too much because I don't want to say the wrong thing, because I don't know fully all the details of her, her personal life and things that she has done and stuff like that. I only know little bits. But what I will say is, so basically, this new lead singer, Emily, she's a Scientologist. Now, I really don't 100% know what a Scientologist is. I just know that basically they're not good people and they condone some disgusting stuff. Now, whether she's done disgusting stuff herself, I don't know. I just know that she's part of this cult. That's what they call it, a cult that condones disgusting stuff, including sexual assault, which Chester Bennington, the lead singer of Linkin Park, went through himself. So for me, bringing somebody in like that, who, whether she's still a Scientologist or not, was at one point in her life, and she was part of this cult who condoned sexual assault, and Chester Bennington went through that himself, and that's what ended his life, because he couldn't cope with it and he ended up killing himself. I think it's just, I don't get the decision making behind it. And today, Chester Bennington's son has come out and shown his disgust for having Emily as the new lead singer of Linkin Park. Now, I'm not being funny, but if his son is coming out and saying that, somebody who knew Chester better than any of us, including the band, I'm sorry, but I'm going to take his word for this. A lot of people saying, oh, well, Chester would be proud of this, Chester would be this, Chester. I'm sorry, but if his own son's saying that he doesn't agree with this, then you know, I'm going to take his word for this. I'm going to take his word that maybe his dad wouldn't have been happy with this. You know, I just don't. You know, I could rant and rave about this for ages, and I'll move on from it shortly because I really will just get into a rant about it. But I just feel like, I mean, it also coming out today as well was apparently that, you know, the album has been in the works since 2019, which was only 2 years after Chester passed away. But apparently Emily has sort of been in the picture since 2017, which was the same year that Chester passed away. If that's the truth, that's disgusting. You know, this man was part of Linkin Park for the best part of 20 years. And then in the same year that he passed away, apparently somebody else is already in the picture to be the new lead singer. I'm not saying the band can't move on. I'm not saying that at all, because I know that Linkin Park was founded by Mike and it's up to him what he wants to do with his own band. But he also should be thinking about the fans as well. The fans that, you know, have made Linkin Park the success they are today. And I feel like he isn't thinking about the fans. I feel like he's thought, you know what, fuck it, I want to do this. I don't care what the fans think. I want to do this. I want to take Linkin Park in this direction. Fuck what anybody else thinks. And he can't be doing that. He needs to think about the fans. He needs to think what the fans would want, because ultimately the fans are the ones that are going to continue this, you know, the fans are the ones that are going to make or break Linkin Park. If the fans don't support it and ditch Linkin Park are going to just, you know, just go downhill and end up, you know, splitting up anyway. But if the fans like what Linkin Park have done, they will support them, and Linkin Park will keep getting the success that they've always got. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. I feel like I've, over the last 4 days, I feel like I've said anything and everything I can about this situation. And look, I can't deny that the new song with Emily on it, the new song, is actually pretty decent. You know, it's not really Linkin Park, it's more of a metal song, but it's actually pretty decent and her voice is pretty decent. But then the 4 or 5 clips I've seen of her singing the old songs are just plain awful. Which is why Linkin Park should have been laid to rest in Chester's memory, and a new band with a new name should have come out. But I feel like Mike is living off the Linkin Park name instead of starting a whole new band. And I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I still want to be a fan of Linkin Park, but I feel like it's a very hard time to be a Linkin Park fan. And I'm not the only one that thinks this. You know, I've seen so many people in comment sections on different posts about this on TikTok or on Facebook or on Twitter. You know, a lot of people agreeing with what I'm saying. You know, there is some people that are telling people like myself to grow up, you know, and just get on with it, but that's not the answer. That's not the answer. People telling people like myself, just think about the music. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to focus on the music when I'm hearing her voice sing these songs, knowing what she used to support or still does support? I, I just, I don't know. And then she put a tweet out yesterday or day before, you know, a half-assed damage control tweet, basically, you know, shedding a light on the situation with this Danny Masterson, who, you know, was also in this Scientologist cult, who she was at one point defending, and you know, he ended up being convicted of rape. You know, but not once did she apologize in that tweet for supporting him, or apologize to any of his victims, or anything like that. Not once. Not once. So for me, that was a damage control tweet, and it was a half-assed one, because not one apology went on in that tweet. But anyway, that's all I'm going to say on it. I feel like I've ranted on enough, and we need to move on to the main subject of the stream. I don't know. I don't know if any of you out there, you know, watching, want to add anything to that or have your opinions on it. I would like to hear your opinions if you've got any. JST Killer says, "Did either of you watch the All Out main event? If no, I didn't. I would have. I would
I
have.
did. I will come on to that shortly.
I didn't, but I know a few things that happened in the main event, and I just think AEW are trying too hard, and I find a couple of things that happened in that match just downright disgusting. And over the pay-per-view as well, there was a few little moments as well that I found disgusting, and just AEW trying far too hard to be
Yeah,
like.
I mean, I will touch on very quickly about my views on what happened at All Out. I thought it was a bit of a mediocre pay-per-view. Again, I'm disappointed that my favorite Hikaru Shida was screwed over yet again. It gets to a point where I kind of think, what is the point with Hikaru Shida in AEW if they're just gonna screw her over constantly like this? But yeah, I'm not going to go into detail about the graphic stuff, but the one thing that really did take me aback was the Moxley trying to suffocate Brian Danielson with a bag, which I was debating this on another stream just before I came on a wrestling stream with a journalist. This debate about what constitutes violence, what's acceptable, and I'm of the opinion, look, there's nothing wrong with depicting violence in wrestling matches. Whether it's the Attitude Era or whatever. But there's a difference with depicting something which is just outright attempted murder. And I'm like, to think that you'd be naive to think that there aren't young people or children watching these matches or watching wrestling, no matter what certificate you put on TV, whether it's TV 14, PG, whatever. There are children watching this. And I just don't understand why that was necessary. And I also believe that there was a bit of a tense press conference as well with obviously there's some issues ongoing with Britt Baker and other things. Again, not it just seems to be, it doesn't seem to really be out the ordinary for AEW, with the wheels coming off. But it is what it is. But that's all I have to say on AEW. I just thought I'd touch on quickly about your point about Linkin Park. Being brutally honest, not a huge Linkin Park fan. Liked one or two songs. I did hear about the new lead singer. I wasn't aware until you mentioned it, and then I googled it about the controversy surrounding her. The way I see it, I have no real interest in any of Linkin Park's new material as far as I'm concerned. They had their day. Chester Bennington was Linkin Park. It should have been laid to rest. We'll see what comes out of this. But nevertheless, there's been a lot of controversy, and yeah, that's all I have to say on Linkin Park.
Okay.
There was one other topic I was hoping we hit. Well, not hoping, but I thought we might touch upon quickly before we move into Bret Hart.
Yeah, we will touch on it just ever so slightly. I mean, we need, we will do. I just want to just touch on AEW All Out just for a second. I didn't watch it, but I did see a few things about it, and there was the things I didn't like, and one of them you mentioned was the whole suffocating with the bag, and JST said it in the comment section. He said in the chat, he said there was 2 attempted murders on the show, and there was obviously the Daniel Bryan one, and then obviously in the main event, Swerve being hit really hard with a steel chair. I mean, are they fucking dumb? I mean, do they not know the name of the man who had a lot of brain trauma and ended up doing what he did? I'm not going to mention his name, but we all should know who I'm referencing. That's why you shouldn't be doing unprotected headshots. That's why WWE doesn't do it anymore. Are you thick? I know you're trying to be, edgy and Attitude Era-esque, but it doesn't mean you have to do unprotected headshots. Think about your talent. Look after your talent. Because if you don't, you're going to lose your talent. It's as simple as that. But there is that. And then there was the whole fucking injecting him with a fucking needle. Like, what the fuck? That's just downright just not acceptable.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's just hilarious when we think about it and we just have to say it back just to kind of believe it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like unbelievable. It's like they weren't even doing that in the Attitude Era. What on earth? What on earth is this? It's like,
it's just, yeah.
I really don't know what they're trying to do, AEW, some of the time.
I don't know.
I really don't know. They've got more they've got more money than sense. AEW,
They
they
absolutely
really
do.
have.
Yeah.
But look, it is what it is. I thought an exciting moment was going to happen with Christian Cage coming out, potentially cashing in his well, how do I put it? His contract. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Cashing
I
in.
mean, yeah,
Could it be any more obvious what they're trying to rip off?
I know.
And of course, that was how he became champion in WWE, didn't he? Because
Yeah.
by cashing in. So, I mean, look, let's not talk about it. It just makes me even more angry. Or baffled, I would say. I just don't understand what AEW were trying to do.
No, me neither. JST says, I'll touch on the Linkin Park thing. I think they should have a deeper look into their new lead singer. I mean, look, I'm gonna end the Linkin Park talk because I feel like I could go on for ages. But one last thing I will say is, if it's true that she has been in the picture as a potential new lead singer since the year that Chester died, which in its own right is disgusting, how the fuck do they not know about her personal history? And if they do, and they still hired her to be the lead singer of Linkin Park, what the fuck are they thinking? Are they just like thinking about greed at this point? Like,
I don't think they care at this point.
they're they're saying that they're doing this for Chester's memory. They're keeping Linkin Park going for Chester's memory. I'm sorry, but what? I don't understand that thinking. Like, the better thing would have been, would let Linkin Park lay to rest and start a new band with a new name. Maybe bring all of Linkin Park. Have Emily as the front person if that's what you really want, and then just have a new band name. Because I guarantee you, if you did that, as controversial as she is, it wouldn't be half as controversial as it is now. I guarantee you. And I feel like they're going to be forced to do something because there's so much backlash on this. It's untrue. And so many people saying that they're not going to support them anymore. It's untrue. And I'm very close to saying that myself, but the only thing that's stopping me is because of how long I've been a fan of them for. I'm willing to give them that chance to right the wrongs. But if they don't, then that's it for me. That is it for me. But that's all I'll really say on that. I feel like I said, I could go on and on about it. But JST Killer says Swerve is one of my favorite wrestlers outside of WWE, and it was tough to see him go through that. Yeah, I bet it was. I mean, I know that him and Hangman Page have got a really, really vicious rivalry, but I didn't think that it would end with an attempted murder of Swerve. I honestly didn't. You wouldn't think that, would you? But it's just AEW trying to be edgy and trying to, compete with WWE. Oh, WWE are PG. Let's go completely opposite to PG and let's have people murdered on live TV. No. That's not gonna go. That's not gonna work. You can try that all you want. It's not gonna work. It's not what we want. People will say they want the Attitude Era back, but do they actually? Because I don't. I don't want the Attitude Era back because think about what the Attitude Era was about. Think about all the controversial things that went on in the Attitude Era. Think about all the racism that went on in the Attitude Era, all the different racist stuff that happened, all the different sexist stuff that happened. We don't want that shit. We want WWE to be more edgy and maybe a bit of swearing here and there and blood and stuff like that. Yeah, that's fine. And we'll get that when it goes to Netflix. But we don't want the full Attitude Era back. Definitely not. But anyway, we'll move on now. WWE won't be PG for much longer. No, it won't be. Well, at least Raw will be uncensored when it's on Netflix. I don't know what's going to happen to SmackDown, but I know Raw will be uncensored when it's on Netflix. But we'll move on now to the main topic of the stream, being Bret the Hitman Hart being on Monday Night Raw.
Were we just not going to touch on briefly about the other guy?
Well, I mean, it's up to you. You can do if you want. I feel like we've talked about him enough, and he doesn't deserve our time. But if you want to touch on it just slightly, then it's up to you.
I just basically want to stick the boot into the man even more. I mean, I'm not going to go into the full details of what he said. I'll just cut straight to the point. The fact that he is comparing himself to Chris Benoit, Hulk Hogan is comparing himself to Chris Benoit, and insisting that people are going to forgive him one day like they've forgiven Chris Benoit.
Mm.
I really think the man has completely lost it now. And honestly, I just wish there was a way we could just erase him from wrestling like we have done with Chris Benoit. And to an extent, Vince McMahon. The man is just a pathetic human being. You know, it's almost as if week after week something else is now coming out.
Yeah.
And, you know, just for a bit of a quick recap, you know, there's the stuff that he said in support of Donald Trump, calling him his hero, suggesting that the legit issues on which he was convicted upon were just all lies. The racist stuff he said about Native Americans, the racist stuff he said about Kamala Harris, joking about how he wants to beat her up, you know, by body slamming her and doing the leg drop on her. And then now saying this about how he thinks that wrestling fans will forgive him one day like they forgave Chris Benoit. So that it's strange that he's acknowledging, first of all, that he's done something that is vile. But then he just makes that even worse by then suggesting that somehow he should be compared with Chris Benoit.
It's
I'm like, why is this man even still given the time of day? I don't understand.
No.
I don't understand. You know, maybe WWE just see a financial incentive in it that his merch sells, and therefore they'll sell his merch. And, you know, as far as I'm aware, Triple H wants nothing to do with him on screen. But the way you see it, as long as he keeps being acknowledged in that intro, you know, with him ripping his shirt off, you know, that's WWE acknowledging and giving him a platform.
Yeah.
And you know, he's a disgrace. And, you know, the man that we're going to be talking about shortly, whenever I think of the low points of his career, I always think of how Hulk Hogan screwed over Bret Hart. Because simply put it, he just couldn't stand the fact that someone had come along who had just as much charisma as him, but was an even better wrestler than him and wasn't as big as him size-wise. And, you know, Hogan just couldn't stand that.
No. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not really going to say anything about it because I feel like we've talked about him enough. But like you said, there's always seems to be something new to talk about. And it's like I said to you just before we started the stream, or just before we went live. I said to you that every single stream we seem to be doing at the moment, there's always something new with Hulk Hogan to talk about. Always something controversial that he's said, and it's like,
no doubt. I've got no doubt. You know,
what is he trying to do? Right? Is he actually trying to get himself cancelled? Is that what he's trying to do? And in what world has anybody forgiven Chris Benoit for what he did? Like,
exactly.
yes, there is some idiots out there still going on about conspiracy theories that that all these different things happen and it wasn't Chris Benoit. But the people that actually have a brain and actually have who aren't actually dumb, actually know that Chris Benoit did this. Let's believe all the medical evidence and all the physical evidence that they found over these delusional people with these conspiracy theories. It's just stupid. JST says I have two words for that man: suck it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I just laugh when I think of it. The fact that he's like, the fact that he even suggested that fans in the right mind forgave Chris Benoit and that they're going to forgive Hulk Hogan just like they forgave Chris. I'm like, this is what Hulk Hogan has become. He is comparing himself to a man, to a double suicide, double murder suicide individual. It's like, what next? What next? Who's he going to compare himself to next? Jack the Ripper?
Oh, I have no idea. I dread to think. I guarantee you, next time we do a stream, whenever it will be, there'll be something new to talk about. Whatever.
No, of course.
Something
I have
controversial
no
that Hulk Hogan has said. Absolutely, I guarantee you.
And I just wonder whether if it is a case of you know, and look, I try not to make these streams political. Those of you that do know me do know where I stand politically. You know, let's put it this way: I'm not on the right of politics. I'm very much on the progressive side. But there is a trend. You see it in Britain, you see it in the States, you see it worldwide, where you have people on the extremist fringes of politics who will keep, all celebrities, who keep trying to say controversial stuff again and again and again to kind of stoke the fire to the point where they do end up getting cancelled or whatever. And then they will just frame themselves as some kind of a martyr to consolidate their popularity with their dwindling base, as it were.
Mm.
And I think that's what Hulk Hogan is now doing, because he knows that he's not got, you know, yes, he's got his contracts, as he claims, with WWE to sell his merch, but he knows he's not going to be a part of WWE anymore. He's not going to be on TV. He's not going to, you know, there's a reason he wasn't at WrestleMania
Yeah.
40. You know, he is not going to be a part of it for the foreseeable future. Nobody else in the wrestling industry wants him. You know, the one, you know, for as much as we criticize AEW and TNA, you know, the one good thing that they have done is that they no longer want anything to do with Hulk Hogan. Of course, once upon a time TNA did, but you know, AEW have been very clear that, you know, Hulk Hogan is never welcome in AEW. You know, I don't know whether it's a case of this man has now realized that his last shot of being relevant is aligning himself with Donald Trump and the Trump maniacs, as he puts them, and this is just his way of, you know, clinging on to his past glory.
Mm.
You know, I think the Iron Sheik summed it up perfectly. The late great Iron Sheik summed it up perfectly. You know, fuck Hulk Hogan.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, fuck Hulk Hogan. This is the man who was like, you know, I'm a real American, fight for the rights of every man, you know, train hard, say your prayers, take your vitamins. And everything he's doing and saying in real life is just contrary to that. Yeah, you can argue he was portraying a character, but, you know, Hulk Hogan believed his own hype. He believed his own bullshit. We were led to believe the bullshit.
Yeah.
And here he is. You know, here he is. It'd be exactly the same if John Cena turned out one day to be a bad man, or The Rock.
Mm.
You know, it's like it's disgraceful. It really is disgraceful.
It is.
And he has no dignity. He has no class. He is honestly, I have to say this. He is a disgrace,
Yes.
and it is a shame that unfortunately he is so embedded in wrestling history that, you know, even after he has passed away, he will still be mentioned
No, it will be.
in wrestling.
Unfortunately.
But, you know, I have actively taken the decision that enough is enough, and I will no longer ever forgive or celebrate the man.
No,
He is, as
me
far as
neither.
I'm concerned, he is done. He is done. And, you know, I'll end on this bit, you know, and this is not to kind of denigrate, you know, what happened with the Chris Benoit situation, but I never thought it would ever get any worse than that. And the fact that you've had Vince McMahon doing what he's doing, you've got Hulk Hogan doing what he's doing, it's like, it's almost as if these people want to destroy everything they ever created.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you know, thankfully there are so many other superstars who came before and after him who, you know, we can celebrate, we can talk about. You know, one of them we're going to talk about now. You know, who deserve our time, who deserve our attention, who deserve our praise.
Yeah. I mean, that's all we'll say on the man.
And I think that's an appropriate point to jump into the man we're going to celebrate tonight.
Yes. And just before we do, JST Killer says, I don't know if you saw this, but the first hour of Raw will be commercial free. Brilliant. I did hear something last week that it was going to be commercial free, but I didn't know if that was a cert. But thanks for telling us that. I love it when it's commercial free, because there's far too many commercials on when it comes to watching Raw or SmackDown Live. Far too many. Anyway, let's
I mean, I'd have two other words for Hulk Hogan, but I think they're too extreme for me to say
Yeah.
on air.
Yes. Let's not go too extreme. But yeah, I think we move swiftly on to a man that does deserve to be celebrated for the most part, and I'll explain why I say for the most part. Um, that being Bret the Hitman Hart, who is randomly appearing on Monday Night Raw. Apparently, rumors saying that he's going to be in a segment with Drew McIntyre, but I don't know if that's going to go ahead now. I don't know. That's just a rumor I've read. JST Killer says, "Oh, don't even get me started." Like, the commercials are awful. Anyway, yeah, I'm interested to see what he's going to do. I mean, is this just going to be an appearance because we're in his hometown? I don't think so. I think they've been in his hometown many, many times over the last couple of years. Why would he all of a sudden be randomly just appearing now? I don't know. I think there's something bigger going to happen. Jesse Killer says that I've seen a rumor that he will be doing a segment with Gunter. Now that would make sense, actually. Gunter attacks Bret in a way that doesn't actually hurt Bret because Bret can't really take bumps, or maybe he just intimidates him and like Bret like walks off, like sort of backs up into the corner, and Gunter's there, and then Sammy makes the save because obviously it's looking like it's going to be Sammy versus Gunter. It would make sense, obviously Sammy being Canadian and him literally saying last week that Bret the Hitman Hart was one of his heroes growing up. So it would make sense actually for that sort of segment to happen. But we'll see. But yeah, I said almost. He deserves us to celebrate him. Almost. He does. But I mean, let's be honest. He has been a little bit annoying over the last sort of since he retired, really, going on and on and on and on and on and on about this Goldberg situation. Goldberg ended my career. Goldberg did this. Goldberg did that. I get that he's bitter that his career ended before his time. But fucking hell, just stop going on about it. Like, we get that you're bitter. We get that you don't like Goldberg. We get that you think Goldberg ended your career, which Goldberg did. He didn't do it on purpose. You're acting like he did it on purpose. He didn't do it on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, just literally just move on. You deserve to be celebrated. You're one of the greatest of all time. But if you keep going on and on and on about this, nobody's gonna want to hear you anymore. That's my opinion, because I'm just getting bored with it now. I like the man, and he's a legend, deserves to be celebrated, but yeah, I think he needs to just move on from the bitterness, really. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he does on Raw. Be good to have him on Raw. It's been a little while since we've had a legend on Raw, to be honest. We've not had a legend on Raw for a little while. I think the last legend we had on Raw was when Trish was appearing on Raw on a semi-regular basis. That was when the last time we had a legend on Raw. Not saying that Bret's going to be appearing on a semi-regular basis. Obviously, he won't be. He'll just probably have that one-off appearance, and then he'll probably not appear again until they're in Calgary again, or maybe not even then. So we'll see. But yeah, very interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see what he does. Don't know if he'll kick off Raw. I mean, it probably makes sense if he did, but we'll see, I suppose. But yeah, interesting to. I'm interested to see what he does. Yeah, I'll pass it over to my co-host.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what to say about Bret Hart? I mean, what to say about Bret Hart? I mean, first of all, let us Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. If you just carry on talking, I'll be right back.
Okay. So we'll just wait for my co-host. We'll just touch on a few other things that happened on Raw. Of course, we've got that 8-man street fight tag match between the Alpha Academy and the White Six. We've got that. Drew McIntyre is going to be making an appearance. Obviously, we all know what he did to CM Punk last week. I very much doubt CM Punk's going to show up. I think he'll be off for at least another week yet, and then he'll return to set up the match at Bad Blood. What else have we got? We've got that fatal four-way to determine the number one contender for the Intercontinental Championship. Yeah. So it's and much more. It's going to be an interesting show. Are you back?
I'm here, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Mike.
So,
Back to you.
sorry about that. So basically, yeah, no, Bret Hart. Look, the positives. He is, as he says, he is. I wouldn't say he is the best there is, was, and ever will be. I think he's definitely up there. I've always been very clear that the man that I consider the greatest technical wrestler of all time is Kurt Angle. But where Bret I would put above Kurt Angle would be that he was, I would say, better on the mic and just the better overall package than Kurt Angle was. But Kurt Angle by no means was, he didn't fall short in that department either. Kurt Angle is up there as a legend. But no, Bret Hart is an icon. You think of great iconic moments in wrestling, good and bad. He was there, whether it's, his WWE title wins, WrestleMania 10, of course. Some truly memorable matches, even when he was on the losing side, one of the greatest matches of all time, which he effectively carried his brother-in-law, Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog, at Wembley, SummerSlam 1992, losing to Shawn Michaels in that Iron Man match. And there were the more unpleasant aspects, of course, the Montreal Screwjob, and look, I can sympathise with Bret in that he feels bitter towards Goldberg. That is his right, and of course, he has every right to feel bitter about the fact that his career ended way before it should have done, especially when you consider that so many of his peers just kept wrestling and wrestling and wrestling. People like Ric Flair, even Sting up until recently only just retired. But at the same time, I also have to kind of ask, it's like, what is it that Bret wants exactly? If it's a case of he wants something from Goldberg, then he should just come out and say it. If he wants money from him, if he wants to sue him, do it. Do it rather than just go on and on and on about it. Goldberg, yes, could have done things differently. Was it due to his lack of experience in the ring? I don't know. But it wasn't something that he went in there with the intention to. It wasn't deliberate. Accidents happen in wrestling, as we have seen, and of course, as Bret knows all too well. And it's just, I don't know what it is that he wants, and to kind of like target Goldberg constantly, every time Goldberg is celebrated as though he shouldn't be, I don't know why he's doing this, and I just hope for God, that he does not mention Goldberg on the mic tonight, but I'm sure he won't. But, look, Bret is a legend. He should be. Arguably could have been a much, 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 much bigger star than he was if it hadn't been for the likes of the person we mentioned earlier in this conversation this evening, who basically held him back. But yeah, he's definitely up there amongst the greats. I'd put him in the top.
The famous creative control card.
Indeed. I easily put him up there amongst the greatest of all time. Certainly in the top 5. Okay, maybe not the top. Certainly in the top 10.
Yeah.
In terms of technical wrestlers, definitely in the top 3. For me, the top 3 technical wrestlers of all time, probably Kurt Angle, Bret, and then maybe Shawn Michaels, and then after that maybe someone like Ray or Eddie Guerrero or Chris Jericho. But yeah, look, Bret is a bona fide legend. Anyone who says otherwise doesn't really know wrestling. whenever you talk about the history of wrestling, Bret Hart's name has to be mentioned. He's had rivalries with practically a who's who of wrestling. Yeah. I don't think there's anything more I can really say about Bret Hart.
Okay, well, we've sort of finished talking about Bret Hart a bit earlier than I thought we would. We've got about half an hour left to talk because I will.
Well, we can continue talking about him. I mean, it's a bit difficult for me because the time I really kind of noticed Bret Hart was really when it all kind of went a little bit tits up, because then obviously he left WWE, went to the WCW, and he never really hit those heights.
No.
He never really hit those heights again. Creative control issues. We never got to see that match between him and Hulk Hogan. He had a few good matches with Sting. He had a bit of a rivalry with DDP. Him and Ric Flair had a match. I think him and Randy Savage fought. And then obviously there was the ill-fated, match against Goldberg. He got his WCW title, but at that point, it just really didn't mean anything.
Mm.
And a lot of people actually say, sorry, excuse me. A lot of people say Bret Hart going to WCW was a bad move. Look, yeah, and it's sad to think that his career practically ended there in WCW in 2001.
Yeah, the thing that makes me think and what I'm curious about is, right, so let's just say, for instance, that he had that match with Goldberg, but that moment didn't happen and his career continued, right? So we all know that, not long after, or a couple of years after Bret joined WCW, we all know that WCW ceased to exist. Vince bought WCW, and obviously then it ceased to exist, and it was just WWE. Now, what I'm curious about is, if Bret was still wrestling, and that, he had that match with Goldberg, but that moment didn't happen, and he continued to wrestle. When WCW ceased to exist, would he have gone back to WWE? That's my thinking. Or would he have gone somewhere like TNA, for instance, where quite a few of WWE legends went, like, or WCW legends that didn't want to go to WWE went there, like Sting. Would he have gone there like Hulk Hogan did, like Ric Flair did, like Kurt Angle did, like Kevin Nash did? Would he have gone like they did, or would he have gone back to WWE? That's the interesting thing, because obviously with the whole Montreal screw job, people thought he would never come back to WWE, and then obviously in 2010, hell froze over and he did. So it makes me think, if he did continue wrestling, would he have come back to WWE, or would he have gone elsewhere and then maybe come back to WWE eventually, like he actually did? Or it's curious. It is curious.
I have to be honest with you, that's a very difficult one for me to answer. I mean, he left WWE due to obviously the issues with the Montreal screw job. His anger then built up towards them after what happened to Owen.
Yeah.
I think maybe at the time it would have been too soon.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't really take it into consideration about the whole Owen Hart thing, but yeah, thinking about it now, you're right. It would have been too soon, because it was 1999 that Owen died. I think it was 2001 too that WCW ceased to exist.
2001.
2001. So it would have been what, 2 years? Yeah, it would have been far too soon. Thinking about it, it would have been far too soon. I reckon he probably would have gone to somewhere like TNA, and then maybe come back to WWE like he did eventually. But yeah, you're right. It would have been far too soon. But yeah, I just, I often think about it. Hey, sorry, I'm like, hi, Genetic. Thank you for joining us. I'm actually going to do something here. Just give me a second. How do I do this now? How do I do this?
And also, mentioning Brett, I've had the pleasure of meeting the man twice. Once in Manchester in 2001, when he 2000 when he made an appearance at a WCW house show, and I shook hands with him. And again at a meet and greet before Clash at the Castle in Cardiff, where he signed my Bret Hart WWE Signature Series belt. As I said, definitely one of the true legends of wrestling.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if we could go back and erase the man that we mentioned earlier this evening, then I'd replace him with Bret Hart. And I don't think there'd be many people that would disagree with me on that.
No, absolutely not.
If anyone does disagree, please speak up now.
Yeah.
Or forever hold your silence.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's... Sorry, I'm just sort of doing something at the same time here. Yeah, look, oh God. Sorry. I feel like we could talk about Brett for a long time. I feel like we could probably, we could go on and on. He is a legend. I mean, we sort of had our subjects of what to talk about, and I feel like we've gone through them. So I feel like I'm sort of on the spot now, trying to think of something else to talk about. I mean, there's loads of different things we could talk about. We've got about 20 minutes because I need to go away before the start of Raw.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't be us talking on stream without mentioning the other sport, which is of course football. And
do we have to?
This past weekend,
Do we have to
saw
talk about
the start of the UEFA Nations League. But more importantly, it was also the first time in 8 years that England were managed by or coached by someone other than Gareth Southgate. I mean, I'm not going to get overly carried away. No disrespect to Ireland, they're not a particularly good side. England are were relegated to UEFA Nations League Division B or whatever you want to call it. They should be winning those games and being promoted back up. Yeah, I don't know if you have anything to say about that. It's ironic that the two players who represented Ireland at youth level before representing England at senior level, Jack Grealish and Declan Rice, both scored the winning goals.
Yeah, I didn't watch the game, but obviously happy that we won.
It was very
Angelina
very
of
hostile,
Spain
very
says,
very hot.
when does Raw start? Well, I don't know what country you're in, but Raw starts in about 35 minutes.
So 1 a.m. UK
So 1
time.
a.m. UK time. What, 35 minutes? It will help you then wherever you are. And
we won't be streaming it here.
Yeah, we won't be showing it live here. We will be here to talk throughout it, but we won't be obviously showing it. I'm in the US, right? Okay. Well, regardless, it starts in 35 minutes. Los Angeles, yeah, 35 minutes, whatever time that is your time, that's when it starts.
So yeah, I mean, what was it I was going to say? Yeah, the league. I mean, it was a solid performance. It's we move on from the Euros defeat and build towards the next World Cup, as it were.
Yeah.
And of course, tomorrow, well, today, I suppose now, England versus Finland at Wembley, where they'll be paying tribute to Sven-Goran Eriksson. Also, another key milestone, Harry Kane, for better or for worse, receives his 100th cap.
Yeah.
How would you describe Harry Kane?
Shit. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I mean,
I'm not his biggest fan.
I've never. My personal opinion on it is I've never really got the hype surrounding him. Yes, he's a cracking striker, but he can't really do much else. He's not very good on the ball. He's not a good dribbler. He's not got very good movement. He's not got, he's got decent passing ability. He's not got pace. I'll be right back. Okay, Angelina. He's just the only thing he's got in his arsenal is shooting.
Sorry, where is Angelina posting? Because it's not showing up on Twitch. YouTube. Okay. What I would say about Harry Kane is, first of all, I'm glad Man City didn't sign him. I'm glad we got Haaland instead. I will always be forever grateful for that. That's number one. Harry Kane may have all the stats, from his goal-scoring records, from his caps, from his appearances. But the way I see it, in the 4 biggest games of his career, he was very, very absent. Well, what am I talking about? Champions League final 2019. World Cup semi-final against Croatia 2018. Euro 2020 final at Wembley. And then the recent Euro final where he was substituted during the match. So when push comes to shove, when it came to this, the absolute crucial career-defining matches, he was absent.
Yeah, he seems to have a curse on him that wherever he goes or whatever whatever he's doing, he can't win a cup. He never won a cup at Spurs. I don't think he's won one since he's been at Bayern Munich, or if he has,
he's not won.
It's an irrelevant one. And then with England, we've got to 2 finals, and Harry Kane's been in the squad, and we've not won. I think it's time to face facts that he's a curse. Don't bring him to the next World Cup because we won't win it. Just don't. Like it'll be like 35 by that point as well, so he'll be even slower than he already is, which is very difficult because he's already like a snail. You know what I mean? So just don't. Like whoever is the manager at that point, whoever it may be, I don't know who it's gonna be. It could be anybody. Could be me. Could be Mark Coho. I'm joking. I wish. Well, no, I don't actually wish because it'd be a very stressful job. But whoever it's gonna be, the new manager, please just don't bring Harry Kane to the next tournament. I mean, play him up until then. Just don't bring him. It's time to move on. He's got his 100th cap. Brilliant. Time to move on. The younger generation, it's time to bring them in. People like Watkins. People like who else we got? Why can't I think of any English strikers? Why have my mind gone blank on English strikers? Maybe because we haven't got that many. Saka's a winger. I'm thinking of strikers here.
Maybe it's time to do a Guardiola and just play a false number 9.
Possibly. But yeah. But yeah, I feel like I feel like we don't really need to talk about much more football. International football's fine. We don't need to talk about anything else. We all know the results. We all know who won, who lost. We all know. We don't need to talk about it.
Well, I mean, I'll say this much. Congratulations to San Marino for winning. Their first ever competitive match in their history.
Of course.
Beating
big congratulations
Liechtenstein 1-0.
big congratulations. It's just the start. You know, when the next World Cup comes along, they could win it. No, I'm joking.
Well, I believe somebody posted a meme. So Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia at the World Cup. Following the World Cup, at some point, Liechtenstein beat Saudi Arabia 1-0. And now San Marino beat Liechtenstein. So that means that Liechtenstein San Marino are the true world champions.
Yeah.
If only football works like wrestling. He lost the title in a match. To be fair, if that was the case, then England would have won the World Cup a fair few times more now.
Genetic says, gonna make something to eat real quick. Be right back. Just quick as well. Congratulations to Genetic for becoming a VIP of my channel. I thought it was only right. So yeah, a VIP is sort of like somebody that's very important to the channel, but not quite a mod. Somebody that deserves to be recognised, but isn't a mod, basically. So yeah, congratulations for that. My second VIP on this channel. So congratulations on that. And I'll see you when you get back. So so I don't have Authoritar yet. No, you don't have Authoritar.
I don't have a what? Sorry. He doesn't have authority. No.
No, you don't. No, not yet. I mean, who knows? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I feel like the issue I have, is, people that I get on with and stuff. I always automatically make them mods, and I've got a lot of mods. A lot of them don't show up, but they're close friends, so I never get rid of them, because I know if I actually do need them, they would appear. But I feel like my chat's not very busy, so I feel like Professor Wigglytuff is the only one that I really need at the moment. But if my chat ever gets busier, you're here quite regularly, Genetic, so you'll probably be the next one.
Look, generally, it's been a while since we've had any issues in the chat as well. I don't want to tempt fate by saying
that's very true, actually. That's very true. I mean, touch wood. I feel like our chats have been mostly troll free for a while now. I mean, I remember when we used to stream on Facebook, we used to get a lot more trolls on Facebook than you do on YouTube and Twitch. There was some weird people on Facebook joining the stream. I mean, good God.
There were some truly bizarre people back in the day.
There was, and you got a lot of shit like on Facebook, like are you showing the screen? Are you showing the screen? Show us the screen. It's like, do you not understand the world of copyright? Like, are you that thick that you don't understand the world of copyright? Like, what? But you don't get that much on Twitch or on YouTube, because people sort of understand. I think Facebook is filled. It's where and I don't want to offend anybody by saying this, but it's where the I'm trying to think of a nice way to say this. It's where
let's put it this way: it's easier to create fake profiles and troll on Facebook than it would be on Twitch.
Yeah, yes, exactly, yeah. I feel like Twitch and YouTube, it's more of for the most part, more of a mature atmosphere. And I don't mean that, it doesn't have to be mature all the time. We can have a laugh and we can be a little bit childish and stuff like that. I have no issue with that. I'm not exactly a very mature person myself. But
I was going to say there's a certain wrestler who's in his 70s who still acts as though he's in 1984. But there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't mind having a laugh. I don't mind acting a bit daft and stuff like that. I mean, that's just, that's the sort of person I am. I mean, I'm a bit of a daft person. I don't, I mean, it just ask my co-host when we see each other in real life. It's always a good laugh, and we're always acting daft and saying stupid things. People, when we walk past people, they must think we're fucking mad. But that's just the type of people we are. We're just,
I'm the sort of person where I'll sit on I'll be sat on the tube or on the bus or the train or whatever, and I'll just randomly start laughing about something, and people will just stare at me as though I'm high on drugs or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. Um,
Um,
yeah. But yeah, we, neither of us take this too seriously. I mean, I don't. I mean, I know this is not really a serious thing. It's not like it's my job. I have a job. This is just a hobby. You know,
that's it. That's it.
and I enjoy doing this. I wish I had the time to do it more, but with the job that I do and how often I work in the week, it's just hard to sort of fit streams in. And
And
it's
look,
very,
I mean, I'll say this: if you're the sort of person that likes wrestling, you like that kind of gimmickry, that kind of choreographed entertainment. It's and some of the silly characters you can get in it. You have a bit of a sense of humor. You don't take yourself too seriously, and
well, that, yeah.
I say that, and I think of the likes of Asuka.
Mm.
Humorous characters.
Yeah. Um, of course. I think a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, it came out that Asuka signed a new contract with WWE, which is good. Keeps her at WWE for another couple of years, which I know will make my co-host very happy. She will be, and me. I'm a big Asuka fan to be fair, but not as big as a bigger fan as my co-host. But we will go into that. Um, but it's good. I'm glad that WWE are keeping her. I mean, she's 41 now, I think. So for them to keep her for another couple of years just shows that the 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 years of WWE being ageist towards women performing has well and truly gone. And I'm glad about that because
And look, even if she's not going to be as active on the roster or in the main event scene or in big matches, they want to keep her on their books. They see a value in having Asuka. Whether it's her popularity, whether it's selling merchandise, whether
yeah,
it's their profile in Japan, whether it's supporting other stars on the roster. It would be a real shame to lose Asuka, and I couldn't imagine seeing her in somewhere like AEW. I couldn't imagine her being in a TNA or Impact, unless it was something to do with WWE, with like a special appearance
mm,
or something. Um, you know, yeah, it
yeah,
does feel somewhat emptier without her, but
y-
hopefully she
yeah.
will be back
I mean,
soon enough.
early next year she's supposed to be back. I reckon Royal Rumble she'll be back. I reckon she'll make a surprise appearance in the Rumble. Here's hoping. Um, but
Yeah, it'll be the Royal
I
Rumble soon enough.
I truly feel like even at the age she's at now, that she's still one of the best that WWE have. She's still one of the best in the ring that WWE have. Like I have no issue in saying that. Yes, okay, she's 41. She's getting up there in age in terms of a performer. But in my opinion, there is people there that are 10, 12 years younger than her, and she's still better than them, even though she's 41. Um, that that is my opinion. I don't know how many people will agree with that. I think a lot of people would agree with that because, actions speak louder than words. And if you watch some of the recent stuff that Asuka has done before she got injured, she's just as good as she ever has been. She hasn't lost it in any way. Um, so yeah, I think that's another reason why WWE have kept her because they know that she's one of the best they have, um, even at her age. Um, but yeah, be interesting to see what she does when she comes back. I'll shortly be going for my break before Raw starts, but we've got about between 5 and 10 minutes left. Um, what I was gonna say? Oh, this will be something funny for you lot and for my co-host. I went to a festival on Saturday called BBC Radio 2 in the Park, and the main event, the main obviously they have like a fair few people on, but then they have the main like event, as it was, and the main event was Sting, not the wrestler, the singer. Um, and it was funny because I will be honest, I'm not a massive Sting fan in terms of the singer. As you know, the wrestler, yeah, I am. You know, I would say I'm a big Sting fan, but the singer, no, not really. He was a bit before my time, but even so, you know, I've listened to some of his music. There's only like one or two songs I like. So I wasn't exactly thrilled that he was going to be the main event, but I got it. You know, it was a lot of older people there, so obviously they knew a lot more about Sting than I did, and obviously they loved him. But it was funny when he was being introduced. The person that was introducing him, I can't remember his name now, but he's one of the DJs on Radio 2. He's an older chap, and he sort of did he sort of did a, I don't know if it was intentional, but he sort of did a little bit of a tribute to how Tony Schiavone says Sting when Sting arrives, and he was introducing Sting, and just before Sting come on, the last thing he said was, "It's Sting." You know, I don't know if it was intentional, but I doubt it was. But it sounded very much like how Tony Schiavone says, "It's Sting" when Sting shows up in AEW. So yeah, I just thought I'd say that because I thought it was a bit of you know, a bit of a funny little story there. I won't go into any more detail about the festival. There's no point. You know, it's you know, I just won't. I just thought I'd tell you that little bit. But yeah, I thought you know, I sort of chuckled to myself. I don't think anybody else really understood. But I sort of chuckled to myself. I thought it was you know, quite funny.
I just googled whether Sting and Sting have ever met. Apparently they have. Apparently Sting the wrestler met Sting the singer backstage at a concert, and apparently Sting's then 9-year-old son had a poster of Sting the wrestler on his wall. So, and there's like that Spider-Man meme, you know, where with Spider-Man
Yeah,
pointing at Spider-Man
yeah,
and Sting
yeah.
pointing at Sting.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's always been a weird one. Whenever people, I would say I'm a fan of Sting, and people think, "Oh, the singer." No, I mean the wrestler. And I'm like, "Who are you talking about?" And I'm like, "I'm talking about the wrestler." And I'm like, "I've only heard of Sting, the singer." And I'm like, "Okay." Um,
Yeah.
there's an interesting story out there. That I'm trying to Google it to find out, and I'll, at some point I'll try and get the confirmation of this. But apparently, Sting, the wrestler, trademarked the name Sting before Sting the singer, and apparently he pays Sting something like $1 or something a year, or just some small amount for use of the name.
Mm.
Yeah, apparently this. So apparently the musician pays the wrestler $1 a year to use the name.
Interesting. I never knew that. I always thought that Sting the singer had the name Sting first, because obviously he was in the police first. You know, and he was called Sting in that, so I assumed that he had the name first. But yeah, interesting. Uh, Interesting. You learn something new every day.
But yeah, whenever anyone mentions Sting to me, I always think of obviously the wrestler first and
Yeah,
then the
well,
singer
so do
second.
I. To be fair, and I suppose any big wrestling fan probably would. You know,
Again, one of those people I genuinely rate as one of the greatest of all time. I would
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
easily would put in the top 10. The only reason I don't necessarily, or the only reason to make an argument that he might not be included in the top 10 is the fact that he didn't have a lengthy or a successful WWE career, but I don't necessarily think that is something he should be penalised for. But we will no doubt talk about Sting at some point.
Mhm.
But yeah, definitely one of the greats, and certainly the match that he had with Bret Hart or the matches he had with Bret Hart were very good. And indeed, another piece of information, it was Sting that was first using the sharpshooter or the Scorpion Deathlock before Bret Hart did.
Oh,
Bret Hart admitted that he borrowed the move from Sting.
fair enough. Interesting. Okay, so Raw is about 15 minutes away, or 14 minutes now away from starting. I'm going to take a short break before it starts, just to go and get a snack and stuff. So I will be back shortly. And yeah, we'll get into Raw and we'll see what sort of show it's going to be. Judging by the lineup and the preview, looks like it's going to be an interesting show. And of course, it'll be interesting to see what Bret the Hitman Hart has to say as well, of course. But yeah, I'll be back shortly. Hello everybody, I'm back. Sorry about that. So it took me a bit longer than I thought it was going to. Hi Heather Adams on YouTube. Thank you for joining the stream. So Rory's about to start. I've got about a minute to go. Right, let's get it loaded up. Here we go. Right, it's about to start. This program contains flashing images. Of course, it's a season premiere as well. I forgot about that. The season premiere of Raw, of course. SmackDown will be starting anew this week. It was the last SmackDown on Fox last week.
Indeed.
Bringing to an end a decent era of SmackDown. I say decent era, pretty much one of the best eras of SmackDown there has been because of Roman Reigns and the Bloodline story and all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, and there you are, Hall of Famer Bret the Hitman Hart tonight. I'm back. Welcome back, Genetic. Oh, a Joe Hendry sign right there behind the commentators. It looks like we're getting the 8-man tag street match first between the American Made and the Wyatt Six. Great way to kick off the season premiere.
I wonder how many more Oasis references Wade Barrett will get in this week.
Interesting to see how many he throws in. I assume he'll throw in a couple at least. I mean, what? There was one that I missed last week, but having watched a clip back, I noticed it. He said he called He called Dominic Champagne. What was it? Champagne something Nova. Anyway, he didn't say Supernova, but he called him Champagne something Nova. I noticed that after when I watched the clip back. Why is Wyatt 6 so weird? Says Genetic. Well, it's because it's what Bray Wyatt was like. He had a weird persona, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to carry on his legacy. Don't forget, if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. It's all greatly appreciated. And if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Also greatly appreciated. I'm very nearly at 500 subscribers on YouTube. I'm 8 away from 500 subscribers, which will be halfway to 1,000. I don't ever expect to hit 1,000. I'm just putting it out there. So yeah. Right, here come American Made. I don't know whether I like the fact that Chad Gable's gone from one stable to the next. Like, do they not trust him to be a singles competitor, or I don't? It's a bit confusing to me. It makes sense, I suppose, for him to be the leader of this group, but at the same time, it's like he's jumped from one stable to the next. Like, could he not have been on his own for a bit first?
The "you suck" chance.
Yeah. I think they actually mean it with Chad Gable, though, not when they do it with Kurt Angle. And here come the White Six.
It would be great if they brought back Kurt Angle,
Yeah.
aligning them, with Chad Gable or something.
I agree. Jeremiah says, hi, y'all. Hello. Hope you're doing okay. Thank you for joining the stream. And here they come.
Wow, look at those fireflies.
I know. I wonder who's going to be the one that sits this match out, because it's 4-on-4. I know Sister Abigail will be part of it because Ivy Nile is. Curious. I can't see the match right now. Well, I'm not going to be showing it on screen. I usually just said before, we really don't get that on YouTube or Twitch. And then somebody fucking says it. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be showing it for copyright reasons. I'll commentate it and I'll tell you what's going on, but best I can do. Looks like it's going to be Uncle Howdy, the one that sits out. Stop calling her Nikki. She's not actually Nikki. She's called Sister Abigail. Call her by her actual name. Remember, the first hour of Raw is commercial free.
Do you remember Huskus the pig?
I do. I think that's who Joe Gacy is. I think Joe Gacy's Huskus.
Who? Sorry?
And Joe Gacy, I think he's Huskus.
Okay.
So we're going to get this match completely uninterrupted.
I was
Right.
just laughing because I thought of something. I'll message you.
Yeah. White Six in complete control at the moment, which you would have thought would have happened. And the crowd chanting, "We want tables." Oh, a suplex on the apron from Joe Gacy / Huskus. So Ivy Nile has took control of Sister Abigail, and now American Made are starting to take over. Oh, Eric Rowan with a double suplex there. And then takes out Chad Gable. Eric Rowan bringing a table out. The fire exchange from Ivy now to Eric Rowan. No, all the White Six are down.
What do you think of this new commentator on Raw?
I'm not a fan.
Sounds too serious.
Yeah, he does.
And I don't mind it having a bit more of like a sports type feel, but there also needs to be a bit of a comedy type feel to it.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Or a back suplex there from Dexter Lumis. And then a leg drop to Chad Gable. And the White Six are starting to get back into this. What a an athletic move there from Joe Gacy. I didn't think he had that in him. Pretty sure the fire springer was a federal offence, says Genetic. Well, yeah. But at least no one's suffocating anybody with a bag or injecting them with a needle. Marilyn says, where's the match? Why did I say it before I've jinxed it? Copyright, can't show the match. Just putting that out there that anybody that comes in and asks about showing the match or anything like that, I'm going to start timing them out because it's going to get very annoying. I'm being a bit lenient at the moment, but I will start timing people out.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Cesaro is taking control of Ivy. Oh. I can't imagine the White Six losing this. I don't think a loss would do them any good. Oh, White Six have taken complete control now. Eric Rowan is back up in full force. Oh, and a version of the rock bottom there, it looked like. Oh, Eric Rowan's back up again. Just can't keep him down. Oh. Oh, German suplex. From Chad to Eric Rowan there. Eric Rowan's still not down.
So far, so good.
Yeah. Oh, and Joe Gacy and Dexter Lumis with Uranagis. The Uranagis. Couldn't say the word there. Oh, what a move. Double team move there. Marilyn says, I have no clue what is going on. I'm away from home and trying to see tonight's show. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, I'm trying my best to commentate on what's going on, but I can imagine it's frustrating not to be able to actually see the show. But yeah, like I said, I can't show the show. But I feel for you that you can't find the show. Oh, what a clothesline from Joe Gacy to Chad Gable. And look at the mess around the ring. Oh, Chad Gable's up to the top rope. He wants to put Joe Gacy through the table. He does. The angle slam through the table. My dinner date is running late, lol. I'm about to bail and go home so I can watch this. I would. Oh, kicked out, and now it's the ankle lock. Maybe now been pulled out the ring. Oh my god! Sister Abigail with a German suplex to Chad Gable. Nikki showing a power there. Oh my god, look at the mess around the ring. Oh, what a move. Swinging neckbreaker off the apron. Uncle Howdy staring down Chad Gable. Oh, and everyone just takes him out. And there's the 3 off the frog splash from Dexter Lumis. / Mercy the Buzzard. And the White 6 win. I mean, we knew they were going to win. They're not ready to lose yet. What a start to the season premiere of Monday Night Raw. Remember, the first hour is commercial free, so we've still got half an hour of commercial free Raw. Genetic says, Chad Gable lost, all is right with the world. You're not wrong. Oh, so for the next 3 weeks, all 3 weekly shows from WWE, Raw, NXT, and SmackDown are all going to be on USA, and they're all going to have limited commercial interference. Interesting.
Nice.
Marlin says, I can't wait till Brett comes on. I think a lot of people are looking forward to that. Giants83 says, looking forward to Brett. He was one of my favourites. We watched the 1991 SummerSlam match against Mr. Perfect last night. Such a great match. So Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley has been made official for Bad Blood. So it looks like the Judgment Day have got rid of their purple colours. Maybe the Terror Twins are keeping the purple colours. Interesting development. Now, are we going to see Finn versus Damien at Bad Blood? Is this where we're going to start building to it? We will find out shortly. Thank you to whoever subscribed on YouTube. I noticed there's one more subscriber there. 7 away from 500 subscribers now. If you watch it on YouTube, do not forget to hit that subscribe button for more content like this, and on Twitch, don't forget to hit the follow button. Anyway, let's hear what Finn Balor has to say. Finn Balor calling Damian Priest out. And Damian not wasting any time. Here we go. Okay. And the Judgment Day out here trying to attack Damian, but he's holding his own. We're out here beating up Liv and Dominic. No, Liv takes a knee out. Where's Jay? Come on, Jay. Why is Jay not coming out? There he is. Took your time, Jay. They're already battered now. Yeet. Maybe a stupid question, but what does yeet mean? I'm not sure what yeet means. Do you know what it means? Hello? Professor Wigglytuff? He seems to not be there. Um, yeah, no, I don't know what it means. I'm not sure. Angel of Death says, hello, hello. Where can I watch Monday Night Raw tonight for free? Well, I'm not going to give you any websites or anything because that would be stupid to do live. But all I will say is there is websites, and the rest I'll leave up to you. You're welcome. I wish Space was still here. It was my favourite night. Space? Who's Space? Unless it's a typing error. And then, oh yeah, okay. Oh, it's okay. So we've got the Women's Tag Team Championships on the line next.
Wade, the unholy union, Fire and Dawn, they've instantly earned their way to a trilogy. Last week on Raw, Fire and Dawn defeating Damage Control to earn the rematch. Yes, they did. Number one contenders match last week. Unholy Union and Damage Control. Things got ugly at ringside. Kairi Sane inadvertently landing on Bianca Belair. Jade Cargill got involved, and amidst the chaos, as Io Sky desperately tried to score the victory for her team, referee's back turned, of course, the Unholy Union capitalized, scoring a massive victory, becoming number one contenders. And in the aftermath of all this, there were major issues between the tag champs and Damage Control. That one's going to run and run, but for now, the Unholy Union looking to make good on earning this opportunity at Tag Gold right now. You know, they were dethroned only 9 days ago back in Berlin, and now the rubber match comes right back against Jade and Bianca, the champs again.
It has. Did you fall asleep there?
No, just put it on mute.
Oh, okay. Yes, Genetic was asking what yeet meant, but I didn't know what it meant. Do you know what it means?
Oh, I can't hear you too well. It's a bit loud on your.
Oh, my TV. Sorry. How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, Genetic was asking what yeet meant, but I don't know what yeet means. Do you?
What? Sorry.
Genetic was asking what yeet means. Do you know what it means?
Not really. No.
No, I don't either.
It just means yeet. Not really a fan of Jade Cargill.
I mean, I don't mind her. I think she's getting better. We'll see how she gets on. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan, but you know, I'm willing to give her a chance.
Have you been watching this? Well, it's not really new anymore, but the series Bel Air, which is based on Fresh Prince of Bel Air.
No, I haven't. No, is it any good?
It's okay. It's not really a comedy. It's more serious. But Bianca Belair was in it. She
All
made a
right.
guest appearance
Well, I suppose it makes sense.
as herself.
Yeah. Am I the only one here? Says Angel of Death. I mean, it says on YouTube 6 people are watching, so you're not on your own watching, no, but I think you're on your own talking at the moment, yeah, on the chat. I think so. Oof. Dawn's taking control of Jade now. Alba Fire and Isla Dawn in control now. NXT tomorrow, the new edition of Julia. Will have our debut match against Chelsea Green. And also tomorrow, TNA Knockouts champion Jordan Grace will be on, and she'll be doing an open challenge for the Knockouts Championship. That's interesting. Knockouts Championship going to be defended on WWE television. That's got to be that's definitely a first. Okay, bye, Angel. Crossbody takes both of them out. Bianca's in control here. Look at this. Moonsault. Looking for the KOD, but Isla Dawn hanging on. And then it's a tag to Alba Fire. Oof. Look at this. Oh, what a double team move to Bianca Belair there. What a double team move. Two. Oh, and Jade just saves the match. Oh, what a boot from Jade there. Oh, nice. And the championships have been retained. Jade looked like she injured herself a little bit, but she seems okay. Belair seems to carry the team somewhat. Yeah, but Jade is getting better and better. I think it was a good idea to stick her with somebody like Bianca, who was already established as a big star, who's very agile and pretty decent in the ring. I think it was a wise decision. And like I said, Jade is getting better and better.
have backup. Jackie, and we couldn't have picked a better man to take care of the job than Dragon Lee. Oh, well, look who it is. The Adams family. What the hell do you guys want? I don't know if you haven't seen what we just thrown out there, but if you stand in the way of Judgment Day, next. The only thing I saw was a bunch of wannabe thugs that run away from a real fight. Watch your mouth. Hey, you watch your tone, son. Hey, let me tell you this. Why don't you stop hiding behind my estúpido son and then face me in the ring tonight? Oh, you're on. But you just made a huge mistake.
So we're getting Rey Mysterio versus Finn Balor, and here's Bret Hart. And he's next. Bret Hart is gonna be next. And there we go, our first commercial. The commercial free hour is over. But apparently, it's going to be limited commercials. So let's see how limited they are for the next 3 weeks at least. You know what? Whenever it's a commercial hour, free hour, it always flies by. Always flies by. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, do not forget to click the subscribe button, and if you're on Twitch, click the follow button. It's always appreciated. Oh, another subscriber on YouTube now. Thank you very much, whoever's subscribed there. I don't know why it's not popping up. It should be doing, but anyway. Thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. 6 subscribers away from 500 on YouTube now. I've been stuck between 400 and 500 subscribers on YouTube for ages now. So when I hit that 500 subscriber mark, it'll be a very big occasion for me. And I will actually do. This is my promise to you. When I reach 500 subscribers, we'll do like a celebration stream. I'll try and do it on a day where I can stream most of the day. And we'll do lots of different things. Gaming wise, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do, depending on when it is, because I still need to get a new capture card. But yeah, we'll do lots of different things. We'll do like reaction stuff, and I'll try and play some games on my PC, straight from my PC. I mean, I don't have a lot of games on my PC, but I have some. So that's my promise to you. When I reach 500 subscribers on YouTube, we'll do a celebration stream where I'll stream most of the day. I'll do it on a day where I can stream most of the day. And we'll have fun. We'll do lots of different things. And we'll just have some fun. Okay, so we're coming back now. And Bret's going to be out next. Are you ready to hear that legendary music hit? Here comes Brett. Let's see what he has to say. Bless him, he's struggling to walk these days. And he's putting quite a lot of weight as well. Of course, he's had, I think he's had a couple of strokes, so no wonder he's struggling. So there's a special announcement, that's why Brett's here. Something big's going to be happening in Canada.
That when WWE comes back to Canada again, it'll be at the end of November. It'll be Survivor Series in Vancouver. And folks, come Friday, tickets will be on sale. Friday. Brad, how good does it feel? You are a hero to everyone in the locker room, but how good does it feel to be back home on Monday Night Raw, right here in the Saddle Dome in Calgary, Alberta, Canada? Well, this is the place to be, right? No one took more pride than I did being a champion. And also, a Canadian champion. Let me tell you about Canadian champions. Canadian champions will take on anybody. They never ever duck a challenge. And they have to prove themselves, like I did every night for 20 years, that I was the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Well, Gunter is coming out. Rumoured that he was going to have a segment with Gunter. Well, looks like the rumours were true.
there was, and the best there ever will be. But now we're even here. And this feels a little bit like passing the torch roller because, yes, you are the best there was. But you're right now looking at the best there is and the best there ever will be.
Gunter
And now that I've been
pissing the fans off
away,
majorly.
I want to express something from the bottom of my heart. I'm serious about this because just like Stu said before, all the boys in the back, including me, we all watched you growing up. And you have always been a tiny hero for me. So I wanted to take a moment to tell you personally that you will always be a close second to my actual favorites. And my all-time favorite is none other than Bill Goldberg. So Greg, join in.
Gunter with the Bill Goldberg comment. We all know the controversy between Brett and Goldberg.
You've got a lot of nerve standing in this ring, in this city, talking to this man the way you just did. You think this is a joke? You want to make jokes about Bret Hart being a hero? Guess what? It's not a joke. Bret Hart is a Canadian hero. And in case you can't tell, he's a hero to every single person in this city. And he is a hero to an entire generation of wrestlers in the back.
My stream's frozen.
This man's matches
Oh dear.
to this day.
Did you hear Gunter's Goldberg comment?
He's a hero to me. And you may have that championship around your waist, but Bret Hart is the one who set the tone for what it means to be a champion. But what do you do, huh? What do you do? I challenge you to imagine what do? You put your tail between your legs, you turn around, and you ran away. You want to say you're the best there is? Fine. Prove it. Sami Zayn versus Gunther, part 2 for the World Heavyweight Championship. And more importantly, he's a hero to me. You may have that championship around your waist, but Bret Hart is the one who set the tone for what it means to be a champion. So what do you do? I challenge you to imagine what do? Put your tail between your legs.
Want to see you the best. Fine.
As you want to be, and as much as being a hero, you far away from being in a league with Bret Hart.
For the world
I
heavyweight
tell you,
champ.
answer remains no. That doesn't look like a champion to me. That looks like a coward. That looks like a dirty yellow coward right there, walking back to the curtain. Gutless yellow coward.
Understand? Sammy, but you want to remain no. That looks like power. That looks like a dirty coward right there. Walk back to the curtain. All-time legend.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Tonight I take one step closer to that Intercontinental title. Tomorrow I smash Williams and take one step closer to the NXT title. And after that, I'm going to smash you. And then you can just call me double champ. The worst thing that you can possibly do in your professional career is convince yourself that you can beat me in a fight because you can't. Because when it's all said and done, you have that stupid look on your face with that stupid shrug.
What
Going,
do you
man,
think of the segment with
what the
Bret
hell
Hart?
just happened to me out there? Man, Braun Breaker's a badass. Man,
Um, well, he didn't say much, did he? He just sort of stood there. I almost feel like he was just brought in just for that, just for the Sammy Gunter feud, not really to say anything.
You remember the fan of the dark?
Hello?
You remember the fan of the dark?
Yeah,
David wrestling was a bit like the lead singer from the dark.
yeah.
The whole thing, real stash. The mullet, the nasty attitude. There was a vote on WWE.com this past week, exclusively available to lonely housewives. Who is your ultimate fantasy? The answer, loud and clear.
So it looks like we're getting Dragon Lee versus Dirty Dom next.
You see, I like the way the sensational Samantha Berg expresses dirty. I mean, she puts something on that, and it's accurate. He's going up against the hard-working, uber talented Dragon Lee. When we come back, some Monday Night Raw, the season premiere, and it is rocking. Extraordinary. USA is the new home of Friday Night SmackDown. Goes down on Friday Night SmackDown. Starts Friday, 8, 7 Central on USA.
Taylor Beth's scooter set alight the whole industry.
She wanted her masters back.
EP for his rights fair and square. This was a battle of titans.
Taylor Swift versus Scooter Braun Bad Blood. Sunday from 9 on WWE. Don't wait to stream now on Discovery Plus.
Anthony is feeling pretty small right now. Not because he bought the Power Mode 4000 with ergonomic steering wheel and cup holder. He was going to do that anyway. But because he bought it on his Barclay card, which meant he was rewarded too. Shame he didn't get more than one. What you buy is your business. Giving you rewards on your purchases is ours. Barclay card. Make money work for you.
I have a nice too, though. That's for calamari, sweetheart. Do you like the calamari? It was for the flavor. I didn't eat any calamari, so I'm not paying for any calamari. What are you, 7?
You think after 30 years I'd be prepared for this. But I'm not. I really shouldn't say more. Or anything, really. Anyway, help me retire with me. Studies show our relationship with money is formed from the age of 7. To start a new one, whatever your age, talk to us today. Barclays. Make money work for you.
$3.95 trial set with our sharpest ever treatment razor. Get started now on harrys.com. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
The new Suzuki Swift. So good, and I think I'm just Suzuki. Good different.
You want to make this? Steve Fairbanks martial arts. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. The UFC just sold for $4 billion. I was absolutely speechless. Wow. This is a moment for women's sports. She's changing culture. This is a story of how the UFC became the biggest breaker in the world. The rising rise of the UFC. Saturday, 10:30 p.m. Bad Blood is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured, go to forthepeople.com. And by Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. Take the nugs you love and sauce them up with 7 bold flavors. You got hot barbecue, garlic parm. Try them all today for a whole new way to nug. It's gotta be Wendy's. A spectacular night here in Calgary. Judgment Day already caused significant damage. Earlier on to Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest. Looking to cause even more now to the LWO Dragon Lee. Damian Priest sent to a local medical center.
Opponent, accompanied to the ring by Joaquin Wilde, Cruz del Toro, and WWE Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio, representing the LWO, Dragon Lee.
Everything's fresh off an absolutely sensational performance in last week's triple threat match. Narrowly losing out to Ilya Dragunov after the faction president Dom Mysterio
And me.
Damian Priest, but we really saw a different side of Dragon Lee last week. It wasn't so much about the high flying, it's about the fact that this guy can brawl. This guy has that dog in him when he really needs to. Dominic Mysterio needs to be careful here tonight. You know, I'm glad you brought that up because most of us talked about it afterwards, how impressed we were with Dragon Lee as Dom was run off by Damian Priest. So it ended up being Dragon Lee and Ilya Dragunov in there. What was set as a triple threat, but it gave us an extended look as to where Dragon Lee is now in his development. We both walked away incredibly impressed. Yeah, you gotta say a lot about it.
Oh,
One of the greatest of all time. He's at ringside, the Hall of Famer, Rey Mysterio, who has said vocally that the future of Lucha Libre is Dragon Lee. And how much must that grind the gears of his own son, Dirty Dom? Yeah, that obviously creates a extraordinarily
oh, what a move.
Rey Mysterio.
Dragon Lee up to the top rope. Oh, was going for a crossbody, but caught with a drop kick from Dominic. It's only a 1. Genetic says, go Dragon Lee. Yes, definitely.
I am not hearing what you're hearing. Oh, no, they are. They're going wild, Joe. I'm hearing a cascade of blues here in Calgary. But if that's what you call wild, then you be you, Wade. Tyler Gardner, September, Protector. What are we going to watch? Well, thank you. Let me see. From luxury.
Well, I'm not really seeing the limited commercials yet. They just seem to be as regular as usual.
Brand new Fifth Gear starts Thursday at 9 on Quest and stream the previous series now on Discovery Plus.
They do have the match in a window. That's not what usually happens. They don't here in the UK. It's just a commercial.
Running a business can feel like climbing a mountain. There's actually a no-brainer. Zero accounting software can help keep your business finances running smoothly. Soon, climbing up that mountain will feel more like riding down one. On a really cool ride that goes on forever. Zero with an X.
Oh, it's alright, Genetic. I'm sort of used to it. Hey. More they're advertising the Anthony Joshua Daniel Dubois match. Saturday 21st September. I might do a stream of that, depending if I'm off. I don't think I'm off, actually. I think I'm working that weekend. Still might do it, we'll see. So Dom, Raw's back now. Dom is in control.
Sweeps away. Such a dynamic individual moves so rapidly, it's almost impossible to block those shots from Dragon Lee. And Lee goes right downstairs as he lays out Mysterio. Hooks the leg. Able to get that shoulder up. Well, one men in the ring, but main cohorts at ringside, the LWO and the Judgment Day cheering on their men. See right in front of you, Wild and Del Toro and Rey Mysterio. Here comes Dragon Lee.
Oh,
Slammed down by Dirty
Dom puts Dragon Lee down, but not enough for a 3. Look at this roll up. 1, 2. Dragon Lee picks him up. Oh, down for the power bomb. 2. Oh, Dom kicks out. What a match. Back and forth.
This is the moment in the matchup where Dragon Lee kind of came alive last week against Ilya Dragunov, showed that new side of him. He's going to need that right now. Watch out for the double stomp. Lee up top. There it is!
Double stomp to Dom.
Crashing down on the neck, shoulders, and chest of Dominic Mysterio. A little slow to get to the cover. Oh, and JD McDonough. Come on now. Dominic Mysterio looked down and out, and things might be about to break down. Yes, they are. Rey's going to take care of it, and Finn Balor comes over. Wild and Del Toro engaging the Judgment Day. Judgment Day versus LWO. What a King Wild from up top. Referee losing his mind, trying to draw the zebra stripes are all out here. Shifting this to the back. Oh, Liv Morgan! Just like she did to Rhea Ripley earlier today, clipping 619. Liv Morgan takes out the leg of
Then Morgan took out the knee of Dragon Lee. Frog splash. 1, 2. It's over.
That's how he does it. And she's right along for the ride. Well, aren't they the perfect couple, Joe Tess? They work in synchronized fashion. And Liv Morgan helping her man to victory tonight. Good morning, Dirty Dog. That's what you're wanting? That's good. Happy couple. Work well together. Straight chemistry. True love. Saddledome. And this is, of course, one of the great arenas in the NHL. This is the arena where one of the great players.
He doesn't even sound like he wants to be there,
Johnny Gaudreau,
this commentator.
for nearly a decade in this town.
Like, he just sounds so depressed.
Johnny and his brother Matthew were tragically killed by a driver who is now facing charges of reckless driving. And Johnny was beloved, a sports hero here. Everywhere you look, you will see that number 13 jersey around town. Today, Johnny and his brother were laid to rest on a day when this community continues to remember him. Jackie Redmond has more.
Thank you. I'm outside the Saddledome where a very large display of love to honor the memory of Johnny and Matthew Gaudreau continues to grow. As fans arrive here tonight, they walked by dozens of number 13 jerseys, love letters from fans, and even some of Johnny's favorite snacks. Johnny Hockey, as we lovingly refer to him in the hockey world, spent the better part of a decade electrifying hockey fans in this
Yeah,
very
I
arena.
know, it's very sad.
He was a special type of player. The type of player that got people out of their seats and onto their feet the second the puck was on his stick. I mean, he was magical to watch and a pleasure to interview. The WWE would like to send its deepest condolences to Johnny's wife, Meredith, Matthew's wife, Madeline, and the whole Gaudreau family as they continue to navigate this unimaginable tragedy. It is with profound sadness that we join the entire sports world in both mourning and celebrating the lives of John and Matthew Gaudreau.
What a lovely tribute from WWE there.
So say that again.
I said, what a lovely tribute from WWE there.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was very, very touching story.
Acme is feeling pretty smug right now. Not because he bought the Power Mode 4000 with ergonomic steering wheel and cup holder. He was going to do that anyway. But because he bought it on his Barclay card, which meant he was rewarded too. Shame he didn't get more and more. What you buy is your
Very
business.
sad.
Giving you rewards on your purchases
Indeed.
is ours.
I almost feel bad now saying that the commentator sounded depressed because obviously he was going into that. So no wonder he sounded a bit downbeat.
Hope you like it. When I give you the
Fantastic. Well, very good.
doesn't ransom made to tell me tastes just like mama's.
Looks like Mama's.
It's a family recipe. Let's keep this between us. the rate of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. Makes sense? I've been eating fuck off. We must rebuild Britain bit by bit. Past data shows where Weetabix eating increases, driving test pass rates, crossword guesses, and bodybuilders per kilometre sharply improve. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing a bathroom and a mirror and a tiny hairdryer and a plug socket and a tiny counter and a sink. Get an Airbnb, get more space.
My best friend, yeah, real friend, got our own money.
You want to make this Super Bowl mixed martial arts. Everything went wrong. One of the greatest sports business stories of all time.
The UFC just sold for $4 billion. I was absolutely speechless. Wow.
This is a moment for women's sports. She's changing culture.
This is the story of how the UFC became the biggest icon in the world.
The rising rise of the UFC. Saturday, 10:30 p.m. WWE USA continues. Again, this NXT. Oh, no. It's a last man standing match. This has turned into something personal. Unleash this massive opportunity. Who will become the #1 contender to the NXT title? NXT, tomorrow 8/7 Central, only on USA.
Wade, we just saw the interference that cost Dragon Lee Judgment Day and the loss of Dom Mysterio, and now Adam Pearce, our general manager, is announced. Based on that, we're going to go after it right away tonight with Finn Balor against Rey Mysterio. That's coming up.
Yeah, that's huge, but get this, Adam Pearce smartly has banned the rest of the LWO and the Judgment Day from ringside for that match, so it's going to be one-on-one later tonight here on Raw.
Right now, we got Pure Fusion Collective. Remember showing you the bill last week that Michael Crab and Santana man in the world, they can take them home, nor a woman that can take them out?
Three merciless women, and Zelina Vega is back for more. What a couple of months she's had at the hands of these women.
Oh, yeah, she's been standing up for them.
She's been trying to stand up to them.
First, from Queens, New York, representing the LWO, Zelina Vega!
Remember, her arm was so badly damaged by a vicious attack this summer by PFC, and this was last week on Raw.
Yeah, everything came to a head. Vega desperately trying to take on Pure Fusion Collective on her own, of course. Ultimately, the numbers game got the best of her. Baszler getting the victory, but there was more ugliness at the end of the match. As Pure Fusion Collective were putting the boots to Vega, in came Lyra Valkyria, who valiantly tried her best to protect Vega, who was back up for the fight, but simply the numbers game from these women was too much, crushing any form of dissent.
I'm sorry. No. Cut the music. Lights up. Oh, I'm so sorry for interrupting your entrance. I know it's a very big deal to you. Shut up. This is a joke. I don't even understand why the two of you are out here. Every week you try and then you fail and then you try and then you fail. What's going to be different this week? What, because you have a mystery tag team partner? You guys heard that, right? They have a mystery tag team partner. Ooh. Listen, I'm going to give you some reality. That tag team partner is going to suffer the same fate as the two of you, and that's getting destroyed by the three of us. But please, this is a message to whoever's back there, if you exist. You want to step up? Shoot your shot.
Oh boy.
Natalia is the mystery partner. I mean, it was pretty obvious, seeing as it was seeing as it's Calgary they're in.
Natalia. Yeah, you talk about veteran, the longest tenured female superstar on the active roster is Natalia. This means so much to her. To have the opportunity for this match on Monday Night Raw. Vegas finally got some backup against this trio of demonic women. She might actually finally have a chance. 3-on-3. Going down the road is Sonya Deville, and now tagging in Shayna Baszler as the legal member with a big kick on the apron. With the shoulder of Zelina Vega. Once again, those attacks aimed at the arm of Vega. Oh, and Zoe Stark over the top rope, cross-body, as PFC stands proud in Calgary.
Another advert already. Yeah, these adverts are definitely just the normal amount of adverts that we usually get. Got about an hour and 15 minutes left of Raw. We're flying through it today.
Switcher gives you the flexibility to swap your phone after 90 days without having to pay off your contract. Also, sure you can do.
Off the I ain't never going back. So freaky, so fake, I ain't never going back. So from the back, when you ain't that. I go passion, coconut, strawberry, my way. Give me that, ride it up. So sweet, so fake, so from the back. Off the I ain't fruit, never going back. We don't need to disconnect to be connected. Renault Symbioz E-Tech Full Hybrid, available with 0% APR.
Sometimes running a business can feel like running a marathon in a desert through quicksand. The Zero accounting software can help keep your business finances running smoothly. Do that marathon or feel more like a wonder with a jet set. Set Zero with an X. The healthy business is beautiful business. So, what big Hollywood star did you get for a movie? I got Mr. Hollywood himself. Nice to meet you. Self talk. And now we quit. Don't flinch. No. Like Mr. Hollywood never made a movie before. Leave me alone. Just make it simple. Suppose one cinema tickets when you pick up the qualified products from Plaza Market.
Okay, back to Raw we go. Pure Fusion Collective still in control.
Let's face it, there's no point in having tag team partners, especially someone like Natalia, if you can't even make it over to your own corner and make a tag. Zelina Vega has been getting stomped on from the word go in this matchup. Starting with a snap suplex against Vega. Well, here's the whole point of this trio coming together, Vega and Al, is the fact that they need to team up against a group like Pure Fusion Collective have made it very clear. Their aim is to injure every single woman in the locker room till there are none left, one by one. Isolate them perfectly. The strength of Baszler. As Vega able to counter and slam Baszler right into the side of the ring. The nimble work of Zelina Vega. She's always going to be the smallest woman in the fight. That is her pathway to victory, a pathway to this tag, but she needs it. She gets it. Here comes the
And here comes Natalia.
hometown hero. This place coming unglued. Big right hand from Natty. And another. Natalia drop and start. Fearless veteran is competing against every major star you've seen over the past 20 years and still getting better. Steps right over her. Basement drop kick. Place is losing its mind. Big elbow that time. As Stark.
Look at this, going for the sharpshooter. No. So he's Stark saved.
Was going to cleanse it. His most famous move of all, the sharpshooter. Now Valkyrie is getting involved. And look at that from Vega. Counters it.
Look at this, going for the sharpshooter on Zoe Stark. And Zoe Stark taps out. Lyra, Zelina, and Natalia all win.
While they just got a great memory once again, thanks to Natalia scoring victory for her team against Pure Fusion Collective with Winslow. Of course, the legendary sharpshooter. Shout out to Bret the Hitman. As if the Saddledome wasn't loud enough. That right there. And I don't know what we saw last week. We witnessed one of the most vicious attacks in some time. CM Punk, he thought he was moving along with Drew McIntyre. Drew did not allow for it, and now here he is. He told CBB on the podcast this week that razor was, quote, among the top prizes in the industry. Well, now it's shredded. It's no longer. How does he explain himself? We hear from Drew next.
So Drew next. Will we get a surprise appearance from CM Punk? I doubt it. Oh. I mean, it's possible, but considering the beating he had last week, I reckon they'll keep him off TV for at least another week.
hours. Barclay Todd. Make money works for you. Ciao, Mama. Ciao, Papa. This is Brian. It's mid-lunch for us.
Hope you like it.
When I think you
Fantastic. Well, very good.
doesn't rain so late to tell me it tastes just like Mama's.
It's like Mama's. It's a family recipe.
Let's keep this between us. La Famiglia Rana, Italy's favorite pasta. Book now for summer 2025 with EasyJet Holidays. And get up to £200 off package holidays. So you can save on our already unbeatable prices. Search EasyJet Holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen, we found the reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late. It's because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. Makes sense. I've been eating butter. We should deliver Weetabix to where it's needed most, to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes. VAR.
Yes.
And drivers who park like this. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
Take your everyday and make it extraordinary. What cars Car of the Year 2024? New Lexus LBX.
I want to make this the Super Bowl of mixed martial arts. Everything went wrong. One of the greatest sports business stories of all time.
UFC just sold for $4 billion. I was absolutely speechless.
That looks good. Wow. This is a moment for women's sports. She's changing culture.
This is the story of how the UFC became the biggest crime brand in the world. The rise and rise of the UFC. Saturday, 10:30 p.m.
On November 30th, for the first time ever in Vancouver, the War Games begin. Survivor Series War Games. Saturday, November 30th. Tickets on sale Friday, September 13th. Be in with the best seats in the house starting Thursday, September 12th with pre-sale pass for Survivor.
Yeah, we told you it's coming to Rogers Arena in Vancouver on Saturday, November 30th. Survivor Series War Games. Tickets go on sale this Friday the 13th, but pre-sale begins Thursday the 12th at 10 a.m. Pacific. Folks, pre-sale. Go to Ticketmaster. Use the passcode Survivor. And enjoy the Survivor Series War Games like never before. It's a WWE Priority Pass package. It's available through On Location. They're amazing at what they do. So here's your chance. Exclusive experiences, premium seating, the pre-show hospitality, interactions with superstars, and much more. You can find that package at onlocationext.com/Survivor Series.
It was surreal. This was just a long time coming. I just feel like, oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, listen, this is hard country, and I know it comes on me. This is a daddy moment. This is a daddy moment. Okay.
Very sweet to see Brett with his niece coming off the win.
Here he comes, Drew. Let's see what he has to say.
see what played out on the small screen here last week. Then he has to answer. Wait, you tried to do what? The talks extensions are the next step to his attack on CM Punk. Yeah, Drew took things way too far. Obviously, it's been quite the heated rivalry between he and CM Punk. And for the most part, I've been on Drew's side. I've seen his perspective. There's a dwindling number of people who do so. Well, last week was about lashing out. Drew lost the scrap match between him and CM Punk at Bash in Berlin. And that did not sit well within the mind of Drew McIntyre. There had to be a reaction in Drew's eyes. And boy, oh boy, did we get it last week. And it's rare in my time in WWE have I seen such a savage beating laid on anyone, relentlessly, mercilessly, as Drew McIntyre delivered to CM Punk last week. All the claymores, the ripping apart the fake bracelet, shoving it in his mouth. And the attack and the stretch afterwards, that was unbelievable. And on to the CM Punk chance.
CM Punk chants. What's Drew gonna say?
Don't stop. Come on, louder, louder. Chant his name. I'll join in. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Now, whenever that name is chanted, it's not about nostalgia. It doesn't upset me. It doesn't frustrate me. Whenever you chant CM Punk, it's simply in memory of. Did y'all see what happened last week? Not the violence, that was poetic. Did you hear what Punk had to say? He walked out into this ring, stood right here and said, I beat Drew McIntyre in a strap match. I touched some corners, so I'm done with him and I'm going to go fight for the world title now. Let's recap. He has screwed me on the world title 3 times in this year. I pinned him at SummerSlam. And just because he's the best at touching 4 corners in a row, he's suddenly done with me and we're moving on? I don't think so, you arrogant prick. I know you expect me to gloat about Punk and what I did last week and make some zingers, but I've been talking about him since January. I made him a bigger star, and I have to live with that fact. But I can live with that fact because I'm the one that ended CM Punk's career. All right, enough of the past, on to the present, the future, what matters around here. Me, Drew McIntyre. So what's first on the agenda? The world title I've been cheated out of multiple times for sure, but also this week, my first Hollywood movie comes out. The Killer's Game with Drew McIntyre and the Animal, Dave Bautista. So make sure you check that out. Things are perfect, they're almost perfect. There's one loose end I gotta cover right now, and I'm afraid I got some bad news. It involves you, Wade. What?
What's he gonna say to Wade?
I don't have many friends left in this world, never mind this company. You're one of my oldest friends. We go back a couple of decades. We came to this country together, lived together. We have been arrested together. that's fought my case. Well, Michael Cole lied to everybody, not just about how Punk was hurting me, how he was hurting our business, screwing up main event after main event. So why, when it was time for me to end him, did you step in my way? I'm not angry with you, buddy. I'm just disappointed. But if you do it again, I'm not going to be disappointed. I'm going to be angry. And I'm going to do something about it. Wait, no. Wait. Enough. Drew, have you lost the plot in life so bad that now it's not about CM Punk anymore? Now you want to fight with your friends? You want to fight with Wade Barrett, the voice stories and the only one that has been whispering in your ear and keeping your head above water. Now you want to fight with him? I don't believe it. I don't think you want to fight him. I don't think you want to fight him. He don't want to fight you. Let's cut the charade. Tess, wait, I apologize for the interruption. Drew, if you would join me in the ring, I have some information you need to hear. Yes, I was talking to my friend, man to man. You're not my friend. You're a corporate suit. You're the kind of guy that Punk kisses the arse off. So if you got something to say it quick. I heard what you said about Punk. Earlier today, I spoke to CM Punk. And I can assure you, as much as you think you've ended him, CM Punk is not done. Specifically, Drew, CM Punk is not done with you. I don't believe you. There's not a chance after what I did last week. He wants another piece of me. But let's play hypotheticals right now since you're playing games. Let's have fun. Who would like to see Drew McIntyre fight CM Punk one more time? If that's true, that is a huge if. You're saying it's destiny. Call it what you want, but it has to end. After the scrap match, Punk thought it was over. So did I. So did they. And then last week, what'd you do? You lose your mind and we're back in the fight. And the fight has to end. And it ends at Bad Blood. Yeah, it's going to be CM Punk and Drew McIntyre at Bad Blood one more time. And Drew, I can assure you this. When it's over, and it will be over, I'm going to find peace. You know why I'm going to find peace? I'm going to find peace because I'll know in my heart that it will be over. And it's going to be over because October, Atlanta, Georgia, Bad Blood. It will be CM Punk. It will be Drew McIntyre. It will be Hell in a Cell. Let's go.
Well, we all knew that was coming. Hell in a Cell between Drew McIntyre and CM Punk.
We're going to have a trilogy, but not just any trilogy. October 5th.
We all knew it was coming. The rumours had been circulating for ages that it was going to be a Hell in a Cell match to finish this trilogy. And a Hell in a Cell match it will be.
It demands, in my mind, Hell in a Cell. October 5th. October 5th, 1997 was one of the all-time classics, right? You got Taker against Shawn Michaels. That was the first WWE Hell in a Cell, if you remember all the way from on top of the cell to the blood-soaked face of HBK. And, of course, this is fitting. I love it too, Joe, but here's the deal. Drew McIntyre is one of the greatest of all time. He has a horrible record
Did Wade Barrett really just say Drew McIntyre is one of the greatest of all time? He's not even close.
What's your current here, man? What? Your angle, what are you doing? We're actually stepping in front of the conversation. That's the problem. Stupid shit. Hey, man, I hope you're not listening to him. Because I went through the same thing with him a little while ago, and he's just going to tell you what you want to hear, but he's not your friend. You don't think I know what he's doing? I invented that move. Look, he's not wrong. I am in a rut, and everyone seems to think that I'm going to get destroyed by Bronson Reed. No, everybody knows you're the man. You defended your WWE Championship against John Cena at WrestleMania. I know, but look where I'm at now. Okay? Look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you're not going to understand. Okay? Hey, Brett, why is Miz rocking that movie face? It's he just mad because Bronson Reed about to dig up in him. Hey, you hate to see it. What I do love to see is you rocking this cosplay, bro. And speaking of which, last week when you were cosplaying with your friends at home at Dragon Con, your boy was here at work. You know what I did? I got us a shot at the WWE. I thought last time we talked we were going after singles championships, but tag team championships, that's more money in the winner's part. Let's do this. And it means that we get to walk into our 10th anniversary this November as the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Give it up. He's surfing out here. That's why his arms are like,
So it looks like the whole angle of the New Day splitting up has been scrapped because of the whole Odyssey Jones thing. I'm quite happy about that. I don't think they should be split up. But their 10th anniversary coming up, that's huge. That 10 years as a faction, that doesn't happen often.
Things got a little silly in the midst of Dirty Dom versus Lee. Finn Balor had to open his mouth and throw fists. So now the master of the 619 and Finn Balor. When we return to the season premiere of Monday Night Raw WWE Week on USA.
So just over 45 minutes left of Raw. We have Rey Mysterio versus Finn Balor next, and then we have the main event, the Fatal 4-Way, to determine the number one contender for the Intercontinental Championship. But of course, the big talking point is CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. Bad Blood inside Hell in a Cell has been confirmed. It is official. What a match that will be. What a match.
Brand new fifth gear starts Thursday at 9 on Crest and stream the previous series now on Discovery Plus.
How visit Sunday in the future? Now. It's same-day GP appointments. Physio without GP referral. Cancer testing, scans, and diagnosis fast. Questions unanswered at any hour about anything. Support that lasts for as long as it takes. Feeling your best every day starts today. Call or go online now for your health insurance quote.
technology goes beyond special effects or epic camera shots. It offers surprising new perspectives. It takes you places that seemed out of reach. When technology becomes an extension of yourself, that's progress you can feel.
From the bedrock of British heritage, two sources arise. All eyes on one stage. Wendy's waiting.
What are you watching?
TNT Sports box office.
What?
Get your hands on the latest WWE playset from Mattel. Knuckle Crunchers, Mini Mayhem. You can recreate all the bone crushing action from WrestleMania inside the rebound rim. Four Knuckle Cruncher figures. You got Cena, Roman Reigns, Seth friggin' Rollins, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Fly into the ring with launching ring steps or take the match outside with 10 battle accessories. Check it out now, only at Costco. John Wade back here in Calgary. WWE was last year, August 11th of 2023, when that man Rey Mysterio defeated Austin Theory for the United States Championship then. Right here in Calgary.
And it's a moment representing the Judgment Day. He is one half of the World Tag Team Champions, Finn Balor.
And Wade Barrett, he's got to go it alone.
Yes, he has. After the disarray we saw at ringside earlier when Dom Mysterio from the Judgment Day took on Dragon Lee from the NLWO. Things went into a major meltdown, so Adam Pearce has banned those two respective factions from ringside for this match. It's going to be straight up one-on-one.
First ever Universal Champion, won at SummerSlam 2016. Next, he was a one-time WWE Champion, the Hall of Famer, Rey Mysterio.
Yeah, Balor is a bitter, twisted individual of late who's all triggered by the fact that Damian Priest decided to let himself lead
So here we are,
the
matchup
Judgment Day officials
underway.
people like Finn Balor. Well, guess what? He's in there with another leader now, the leader of LWO, Rey Mysterio, and Finn Balor's in the mind to beat the hell out of all leaders at the moment. He's doing exactly that before our eyes, Joe.
And he started the night by getting the best of Damian Priest. He confronted him, and then of course the Judgment Day comes out. Took the tag team championship title, smashed it over the head of Damian Priest. Brutality ensued. The update that we were given, I know Jackie Redmond, our ace reporter, is checking in on things as well for more updates, is that Rhea Ripley accompanied Damian Priest to a local medical facility after what Finn Balor put forth with the Judgment Day in the Red Ring earlier tonight. And now stomping on the chest of Rey Mysterio.
Two of the most well-traveled, world-experienced, technical superstars we have ever had here in WWE. This should be a real treat, but Rey has not been able to get out of the blocks thus far.
Looking to counter with a right hand, and he does. Sending Finn back, but then he drives him right into the corner and burying that shoulder into his midsection. Last time Finn Balor faced Rey Mysterio, Wade, that was April 10th of 2023. Monday Night Raw. Balor won by pinfall. Dom Mysterio attacked his father with a chain match. Remember that? And allowed Finn Balor to land the coup de grace and come up with the victory.
Exactly what Balor is looking for tonight, albeit without the assistance of Dirty Dom and a chain.
Driving down with his overhand right for leverage, but all of a sudden, Rey able to get out of that situation.
Rey takes over.
Mysterio's had this most
Look at this.
remarkable career, so much success. Oh, crossbody out to the
reward customers.
Do they also reward treachery?
This contains the names of people who have their salary paid into
Our rivals' current account.
Nicholas.
They're going to have that on my big supermarket shop.
And I get access to an exclusive interest rate on my savings account.
Who's next?
You.
I can't explain.
Why?
Finding your edge with the Santander Edge current account.
Ladies and gentlemen, we found the reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough vitamins.
Makes sense. I've been eating butter. We must rebuild Britain bit by bit. Past data shows where Weetabix eating increases driving test pass rates, crossword guesses, and bodybuilders work along with that sharply improve. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix? Running a business can feel like climbing a mountain. It's actually a no-brainer. Zero accounting software can help keep your business finances running smoothly. Soon, climbing up that mountain will feel more like riding downwards. On a really cool ride at the time level. Zero with an X is helping businesses deal with business.
This is Brian. It's made lunch for us.
How do you like it?
When I give you the
Fantastic. Oh, very good.
doesn't Brian's homemade tortelloni taste just like Mama's?
Looks like Mama's. It's a family recipe.
Let's keep this between us. La Famiglia Rana, Italy's favorite pasta.
You want to make this Super Bowl mixed martial arts. One thing won't go wrong. Right on.
One of the greatest forbidden stories of all time.
The UFC just sold for $4 billion. I was absolutely speechless.
That is good.
Wow.
This is a moment for women's sports. She's changing culture.
This is the story of how the UFC became the biggest crime brand in the world. The rise and rise of the UFC. Saturday, 10:30 p.m.
Year of Raw.
Easy way to that was just going to have a hell of a show between McIntyre and Punk. We're in the midst of Finn Balor and Rey Mysterio. LWO and Judgment Day banned from ringside by way of Adam Pearce. One of their retirement based on the action we saw earlier tonight. Now, we want to remind you what is coming your way next. It is the finale, the fatal four-way for the Intercontinental Championship #1 contender tournament. Jey Uso, Braun Strowman, and Ilya Dragunov to decide who gets a shot at the badass Bron Breakker. Here goes Ray Wade.
Oof. Sliding to the outside, lands on Finn.
Starting to hit top gear in this match. It really has been the Finn Balor show thus far, but we know full well from 25 years plus at the top of Rey Mysterio, you cannot count this man out. So much durability, so much in the playbook, written off a million times, bouncing back a million and one. Now he's hitting that rhythm, Joe. Crossbody springboard. Ray seems to be hurting though. He really has had the one punch away, but 619 to the guts of Balor.
Setting him up again for it.
This time to the face, no doubt.
There are levels to the game. Oh, the Finn catches it.
Finn is absolutely equal in those levels to the mighty Rey Mysterio. Right across the thorax.
Moose going for the 619. Finn Balor reverses it.
All the wind and the sails of Rey Mysterio and indeed this audience here in Calgary. But what a unique hard Boston from Finn Balor. Torturing the knee that has been surgically repaired. A knee to Rey Mysterio.
This is a great look. This is, it feels great, but it cannot feel good right now. The vertical at Boston.
What a sight. That's it.
I mean, he gave the count. He's not breaking one, and he's doing damage to that left knee.
It wasn't about victory itself, but this crowd. He wants more. Oh my God. Oh, serious damage. I told you you were making it. No, get it out. Lawler better be careful. He might get himself suspended. If the forward I came from today, 8 of 30 come out here to California tonight and do as much damage as possible. We have our main event coming up in moments for the #1 contender status to fight for the Intercontinental Championship against the badass Bron Breakker. One of the participants is a momentum-seeking Ilya Dragunov, and Jackie Redmond is backstage.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, Tess. Ilya, in just moments, you'll compete in the Fatal 4-Way to determine the #1 contender to the Intercontinental Championship. This is one of the biggest opportunities you've had since coming to Raw. What's your mindset?
Well, I almost missed this opportunity because of the judging. But thanks to Rhea and Fabian, I had a fair shot and I advanced. Now facing Jay, Braun Strowman, and Pete, I really need to dig deep to just survive. But Jackie got his own Goliath. I want the price at the end of this tournament. A shot at the Intercontinental Championship and a chance to settle unfinished business with Braun Breaker after all that gone on between us.
We don't have unfinished business because I've already beaten you. But if you want, you can win tonight, and I'll beat you again. Baby Jay Uso is now in your city. Hey, Uso, please, hit my music. Oh, yeah, dance. Last week, a clip of Uso eating with the crowd in Denver had 40 million views across WWE's social platforms. What's he gonna do this week? Here we go. Oh, yeah, Wade. Counter yeet, my man. This is his crowd tonight. Where's the big note signs? He's taking it higher and higher. The Fatal 4-Way is coming your way next. Counter yeet, Alberta, Canada is Jay's kind of place tonight. I'm souring on you, Joe. This place, where it's going bananas, dog. Feeling myself. Own it. Live it, Jared. Get rid of that sign. Tomorrow, WWE Week on USA continues. But can't miss NXT. Oh, no. Last man standing match. This champion something personal. Unleashes massive opportunity. Who will become the #1 contender to the NXT title? NXT. Tomorrow at 7 Central only on USA.
From the bedrock of British heritage, two forces that rise. All eyes on one stage. hotel room with your kid, you also share a bedtime with your kid. But if you get an Airbnb, you get to pick your own bedtime. Anthony is feeling pretty smug right now. Not because he bought the Paolo 4000 ergonomic steering wheel and cup holder. He was going to do that anyway. But because he bought it on his Barclays card, which meant he was rewarded too. Shame you didn't get more and more. What you buy is your business. Giving you rewards on your purchases is ours. Barclays card. Make money work for you.
Survivor Series War Games are going to be at Rogers Arena in Vancouver. That's Saturday, November 30th. Tickets go on sale this Friday, the 13th, but pre-sale exclusive September 12th, 10 a.m. Pacific. Go to Ticketmaster and use the passcode SURVIVOR.
Oh, we're all watching. Because tonight, that was a message from the Judgment Day to everyone in the locker room that anyone can get it at any time. LWO. That's so terrible now, huh?
What happened tonight won't even come close to what happens that night.
Think about it.
Because you know this. You won't ever touch Dominic or my Women's World Championship again.
I don't think we've forgotten about you either. Your time is over, boys. The tag division belongs to the Judgment Day.
What a night it has been here in Calgary, but tomorrow night, the Street Profits are going back to their roots in NXT. They're trying to win NXT Tag Gold against Nathan Brazier and Axiom. That's tomorrow night on USA. And next Monday night, we're going to be in Portland, Oregon, Wade. And it is the New Day against the Judgment Day. Finally, a title defense, World Tag Team Championship for the Judgment Day. Cannot wait for that, but get this. Last week he was mauled by McIntyre. This week he set up a Hell in a Cell match of bad blood with McIntyre. But next week he's here live on Raw, the ever controversial CM Punk returns to Monday Night Raw here on USA next week. And we found out we're going to get Hell in a Cell on October 5th. McIntyre and Punk. Uso has readied himself for this Intercontinental Championship #1 contender finale, the Fatal 4-Way. Here's the next participant.
What finally is an Intercontinental Championship #1 Contenders Tournament Fatal 4-Way Final Match! Introducing first, from Moscow, Russia, weighing in at 210 pounds, Ilya Dragunov!
Massive opportunity for Dragunov. Remember, he had a chance to work his way towards the championship opportunity the last time he shared a ring with Danielson. He lost a gold-laden history in NXT UK and in NXT. It's only a matter of time, in my opinion, until he grabs gold here on Raw, and he might get one step closer with victory tonight. Maybe the busiest guy on the roster.
Making his way to the ring from Birmingham, England, weighing in at 205 pounds, the Cruiserweight, Pete Dunne!
He keeps those boots right near the front door. Last week, got himself involved on NXT No Mercy in Denver. Then the next day, Monday Night Raw in Denver. Back down to NXT. Now here in Calgary for Raw. Promises a beatdown at Trick Williams for #1 status tomorrow night on NXT. If there's action, if there's a chance, Pete Dunne wants it. Well, Pete Dunne came out tonight nursing that jaw. He's already been in one brawl this evening against the Celtic Warrior Shavers, who reacquired that shillelagh that Pete Dunne stole from him. I'm sure that one's going to continue. That's a beat that is not going away anytime soon. But you're right, Joe. If there's a fight, write Pete Dunne's name on the card. He's up for it.
3 of our 4. And now the biggest of all to close out this fatal 4-way finale for #1 status.
And their opponent, weighing in at 385 pounds, Braun Strowman!
The one big SOB earned this spot, replacing Big Bronson Reed when he was able to attain a pinfall victory. But it is amazing that we're even seeing him, considering things that have happened in recent weeks.
Well, Braun Strowman looks in a hell of a lot better shape this week than he did last week. Those ribs that were smashed up by Bronson Reed seem to have recovered massively.
Recovered enough to throw out the first hit with the Brewers last Wednesday night. And now will he have that kind of big smile and flex at the conclusion of this? The fatal 4-way, here we go for a chance to get after the badass Braun Breaker and fight for the Intercontinental Championship.
We need a #1 contender. We're getting one tonight.
Here we go, so match begins.
Managed to pull off a victory last week.
Oof, what an uppercut from Braun.
When he looks in way better shape this week, he has to be the danger in this match.
Pete Dunne goes right to the body, and then a kick to that midsection as well. He's targeting those ribs that were so damaged back on Raw when Bronson Reed had the tsunami out to the card.
See, they're still taped on. Moving a lot better than last week. There's clearly still an issue. Pete Dunne started testing him out early, but eating that security barrier was the ribs of Strowman. They were slowed down immensely.
Jay up and over.
This is where Pete Dunne excels. One-on-one, slowly decimating an opponent.
So Pete Dunne and Ilya Dragunov going at it now. Oh, what a German suplex from Ilya.
Excellent technician and explosive athlete as Dragunov got a glimpse of it there.
Oof.
Running knee into the corner against Pete Dunne.
Oh.
Scale, fierce, and fanatical. That is the approach of the Mad Dragon, Ilya Dragunov.
Able to counter Jay, but not all the way. Pete Dunne sends Jay Uso up and over. And now he's left with the monster. Fatal 4-way. Winner is #1.
Look at their strength of Braun.
Against Braun Breaker.
That would behoove the likes of Dunne et al. To gang up on this big monster, but Dunne's doing it on his own. I don't care how big and strong you are, your fingers are weak.
Are you kidding me? He sends him flying. He went from joint manipulation to a military press launch.
So, guys, it's September, Dr. Chester. What are we going to watch? Well, Festival, obviously. From luxury
It shouts love unit.
to economy,
You have to stir it a bit to make it work.
from fast to not that fast. I was thinking, non-stop in
no-brainer. Not because he bought the Power Mode 4000 with ergonomic steering wheel and cup holder. He was going to do that anyway. But because he bought it on his Barclay card, which meant he was rewarded too. Shame he didn't get more normal. What you buy is your business. Giving you rewards on your purchases is ours. Barclay card. Make money work for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we found the reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. Makes sense. I've been eating butter. We should deliver Weetabix to where it's needed most, to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes. VAR. Yes. And drivers who park like this. Yes. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
The 395 trial set with our sharpest ever trim laser. Get started now on harrys.com.
Genetic says I say Strowman wins. I think Jey Uso's going to win.
Technology goes beyond special effects or every camera shots. It offers surprising new perspectives. It takes you places that seemed out of reach. When technology becomes an extension of yourself, that's progress you can feel.
This is Brian. Let's make lunch for us.
How do you like it?
Buen appetito.
Fantastic. Well, very good.
Doesn't Ryan's homemade tortellini taste just like Mama's?
Looks like Mama's.
It's a family recipe.
Let's keep this between us. Lasagna Italy's favorite pasta.
Want to make this? You speak about its marginalized and Italy very long. Such a soulful formula. I was absolutely speechless. Wow. This is a moment for women's sports. She's changing culture. It's the story of how the UFC became the biggest crime brand in the world. The rise and rise of the UFC. Saturday, 10:30 p.m.
And Braun Strowman powers out. We're back. Last 15 minutes of Raw. Not been a bad show.
For a singles championship, he has yet to claim one. Well, this is a brutal match. Both competitors are hurting. Big uppercut. They're all in a bad way. They're all exhausted. This is when mistakes happen. And this is where, if you're savvy enough, if you're on the ball enough, you can capitalize and get yourself an opportunity at goal. Top position for his first singles title match since coming to the main roster of WWE. This place is exploded. Right hand is parried, and the technician takes him down and right back to the
Look, oh, look at the fingers.
Pete Dunne. What Pete Dunne does best. What the big SOB does best. Dragunov from the top rope. And inherently, that's the danger of a fatal four-way matchup. There's always someone attacking from the blind side. Winner goes on to challenge Bron Breakker for the Intercontinental Championship as they team up again. trio to take the big man down. It finally seems to have worked. Now is your opportunity, Dragunov. Jey Uso and Pete Dunne. Who can capitalize first?
Don't waste no time in slamming Jay right into Dragunov and sending Dragunov into the ring. Into the cover, hook it away to fight for the championship and the kickout.
Pete Dunne just carrying an aura of casual menace. Everywhere he goes, take another look at this. From technician to power moves in the blink of an eye, as well-rounded from bell to bell as they come, and he smells victory.
What a moment it could be for Pete Dunne. Dragunov with a chop. A nice head break back out. Dragunov enziguri. And return fire.
Was that the Matrix, and it caught Pete Dunne hard on the side of the head. What else have you got in the tank, Dragunov?
Climbing up high. Oh, and Jay meets him with a super kick. Hook of the leg. Jay for the win. Kick out at 2.
Oh, that forward momentum from that leap from the top rope of Dragunov. Caught hard on the jaw. Take a look at this. The precision, the back heel to the jaw of Dragunov from Jey Uso, who was simply laying in wait, ready to pounce. But the fact that Dragunov could kick out of that tells you what a fierce competitor he truly is.
And it just bent his body back, but somehow enough energy to kick out. What a fatal 4-way.
So, lighting setup, got projector. What are we going to watch? Well, big deal, obviously.
From luxury
It shouts loud units.
to economy.
You have to stir it a bit to make it work.
From fast
It's a little efficient.
to not that fast.
Are we thinking?
If it has an engine, the team will put it to the ultimate test.
Paul is coping really well. I'm not.
Brand new 5th Gear starts Thursday at 9 on Quest. And stream the previous series now on Discovery Plus.
One cough and the book is gone. When you're facing dailyless, there is just no need to stress. Speedball swipes, this hurt's gone. Every drop, every bit, every day with a mighty lash. Speedball, back to pain with just one cough.
Acme is feeling pretty smug right now. Not because he bought the Power Mode 4000 with ergonomic steering wheel and cup holder. He was going to do that anyway. But because he bought it on his Barclays card, which meant he was rewarded too. Shame he didn't get more. What you buy is your business. Giving you rewards on your purchases is ours. Barclays card. Make money work for you.
Does the morning rush leave your kitchen in chaos? It's time for Flash. A powerful spray. An effortless wipe. Here. And even here. And your spray and wipe done. For a sparkling home you'll want to come home to. The Flash spray wipe done.
We understand that you have some questions.
Is it legal?
You don't have to smoke it, do you?
Is it actually for people like me?
For the facts, search Curaleaf Clinic today.
When the whole day's been left on your floor, why not stop? Feel the power of the Flash. It dissolves dirt from the first spray with a powerful cleaning solution. On floor after floor after floor. And traps it in a 3-zone microfiber pad for a powerful clean in half the time. Just stop the pedal of the machine again and again. Feel the power of the Flash Power Spray Mop. Powerful clean in half the time.
Okay, here we go. Final part of Raw. Who's winning this fatal four-way? I think Jey Uso. Oh, Big Bronson Reed here. He's just took out Braun Strowman. Remember, no disqualification in a fatal four-way.
did that. Jey Uso is out on the floor, and Pete Dunne is sick, ready to win it and fight for a championship.
Well, remember, all four of these men had to win triple threat matchups just to get to this final. It certainly is not getting any easier.
Round and pound. Dunne is in position.
Whoever wins this match has to go through hell to get there. And it's looking like Pete don't go for the bitter end now.
Quick to hit the bitter end. Big boot up top. Dragunov now. Ilya Dragunov. A James Bond delivered. Uso clears it with a kick.
Trying to leave so much into the jaw, and now the drop's on the gun.
Uso splash. Hook to the leg. The number one contender. He's done it. He's done it. A major leap forward.
I was right, Jey Uso won.
Claiming his first singles championship, that is the ultimate destination. And right now it's within sight. Calgary Yeats, Alberta, Canada is loving it.
This place is going bananas. What an effort from all four men. The intervention of Bronson Reed proved pivotal. But the audience favorite, Jey Uso, here is where Bronson Reed arrived and destroyed Braun Strowman, the big SOB. And this is the moment when Jey Uso thought he had it won, only for Pete Dunne to arrive and attempt to steal victory, but Dragunov just had enough left in the tank. But even Ilya Dragunov had a great chance of victory. One big holiday from just the front onto the jaws of Pete Dunne, but one single kick later from Jey Uso, and then the big top rope splash. There is only one winner, and this audience went into raptures on the 3 count.
Jey is longing for singles championship glory. But what stands opposite him is the badass, Bron Breakker.
James Beaton selects winner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. That's it. Monday Night Raw. Sorry that I fell asleep a little bit with it during the last hour. It's it's sometimes difficult to stay awake, especially with it being on from 1 till 4 in the morning my time. But I even enjoyed the stream nevertheless. I'll be back. I don't know when, but I'll be back at some point. Probably not this week. Probably next week, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, thank you, Genetic, for being here for the whole thing. Much appreciated. That is why you've earned your VIP status. But yeah, thank you, and I shall see you soon. Bye bye.